also wants to have your best players out there. So it's interesting.
I know we're not looking back, but I'm going to look back at this portion and say this because it's not about the foul. This has been done before. Mm-hmm. The implementation of the VAR rules are the issue here. Of that VAR should not have been used. Therefore, a VAR penalty made by VAR, in this case, the red card to Flo Balogun, never should have happened in the first place. And I think, in a way, what is being lost is that the U.S. played the final 30 minutes of that match against Bosnia and Herzegovina with a 1-0 lead that could have evaporated. Mm-hmm. It could have gone to PKs, which is what I think Bosnia and Herzegovina would have liked. But instead, what happened is instead of Bosnia scoring, the U.S. scored their own goal with 10 men and proved their victory. And to not have Flo Balogun for the remainder of the match, I don't want to say it's penalty enough because it's not in the spirit of what the red card is, and the red card has its ramifications. But for what the replay showed and what he did, I feel that it was. I feel that it was enough. And so as I look at the play, and again, I think it has nothing to do with a match, and it has nothing to do with Belgium. This is all about, does the United States have this player? And so the Belgium statement that they released has nothing to do with them. Worry about your own team. Worry about the team that you're trying to face, whether Balogun is there or not. You shouldn't have to weigh in and feel that you're getting wrong. Other countries are going out and saying that the United States, I would actually have more, I would take their complaint because they're not playing the United States.
Right.
But I don't believe in what Belgium is saying and trying to, feels like they're putting an ahead of the match, that they're being wronged for something that they had nothing in. And I just commend FIFA for getting it right with however they got to that point.
Yeah, no, I agree with you, Dan.
He is Kerry Rhodes. I'm Dan Beyer. Let's carry on.
Carry on my wayward son. There'll be peace when you are done.
I give Kerry 5 statements. He tells me if he's on board. Are you ready to go?
Let's do it.
Edgecombe, I think Philadelphia is the top
team. Favorite?
Not my segment, so we'll move on to top team.
Favorite?
Not my segment, so we'll move on to number 2. LeBron James make his decision within the next 7.
Yeah, I off that one as well. I'm off all of these today so far, Dan. I just don't I don't see it happen. I think LeBron got his
another like
Make-A-Wish situation happen in LA, and I don't think it's going to happen again. I think this is it. I don't think LeBron's going to
got 2 real quick likes.
Either, so I don't
Let's
think
go.
Happen,
you don't think that there would be a deal then to swing Bronny James to Cleveland? I hope there isn't.
I hope not, Dan.
I told Monty earlier this week. I go.
13 in the building. We got a weather delay. Mexico and England.
Yes, he doesn't need to. He doesn't need to follow in Dad's.
Right here, there's lightning. Lightning struck one of the players.
All right, let's
got an hour
the U.S.
delay.
run at the World Cup is already a.
I'm on with that one, Dan.
All right, here we go. Finally,
this is the one.
Get on up. Stand on your feet. Get up.
This is the one. Even though I haven't watched many or much at all, hearing the noise and hearing the excitement, here, not just abroad, which we talked about before, hearing how there's been kids running around with USA soccer jerseys on, kicking, and players from turf. It's been cool here for sure.
I thought it was cool when I forget who it was against in the match, but when the U.S. scored and they ran over and they gave the guy his dog. That was in the U.S. and they ran around the field with his dog.
Oh, yeah.
No, that didn't happen. Again.
They didn't?
No, it never happened.
Look at Monson. Monson, I was like this. Yeah, I saw that. I saw it.
Joining us, Kerry was on a 2-week vacation in parts of this world that I've never been and will never go. So he was distant. So we made up lies that happened in the World Cup to catch Kerry up. Remember, listen, if a guy would have grabbed his dog Monty would still be talking about it, right? If
That's
he ran
true.
on the pitch, that's where your
I
bandwagon
legit
would
was
be.
like, there was a dog and I missed it. What? Also, just real quick, kickoff is expected at 9 Eastern, Mexico, England on Fox TV right now.
Oh, thank you very much for that. That does change dinner plans. I was telling my wife, let's just go. She's at her dad's, my father-in-law's, at his place, and I said, why don't we just watch the match with your dad? And now maybe we'll have to change the plans.
Man, guys, you just don't know. I was over here shaking my head like, yeah, it happened with the dog.
Yeah.
I was like, yeah, I saw that.
That was great.
Oh, that's
great.
funny.
Sorry we had to pick on you. Last one. The World Cup is better than the Summer Olympics.
I'm off that, Dan. I'm off that. I think maybe I've about this before. But yeah, the Summer Olympics. My first introduction to that was the Atlanta one, and I was there in person, so I got to soak it all up and be a part of that process. I think I was an 8th grader, and so having that feel and seeing Dominique Dawes and those people like very much meant something to me. So I felt that energy here on this soil. So I feel Summer Olympics for me more than World Cup.
Okay, but then you would miss when Team Sweden won their match and they all got on the bikes and rode around on the pitch. That also didn't happen at the World Cup. That was also a joke. That did not happen. Here's my deal. I've been so into the World Cup, and I'm not a huge Summer Olympics
Yeah, okay.
guy. I actually prefer the Winter Olympics more. I'm one of those few. But this has just been so good. It's such a shame that I'm like, gosh, now we wait another 4 years for it. And then in 8 years, it's going to be in Saudi Arabia. And the we had was in Qatar during football season. I know this is an American sort of angle, but when it's in the summer and there's nothing going on, it's taken over everything.
Sure.
We will watch the World Cup when it happens. It's just better in the summer. So in 2034, when it's in Saudi Arabia and they again have to move it off of summer into likely November, there's talks about when it's actually going to happen. But the dates are going to change, and it's just not going to be the same. But I think, Carrie, it is also a reason why it's been so popular this year is because the last time we didn't get the full World Cup experience, and the time before that, the United States wasn't in it in 2018. So it's been a while to have this Summer World Cup. It's here. I think all of those factors have made it just the magnificent event that it is. And tomorrow's match against Belgium will be historic, win or lose.
Oh, no, I'll definitely be tuned in for that one, Dan. So I'll know exactly what's going on, guys.
So
Just
next
you know,
week, if we make up more lies
Yes,
on what
I will know.
the
I will
Seattle
know.
fans did.
To that question, though, the Summer Olympics and the World Cup, I want to know about the rest of the crew. Monty, what about you? Summer Olympics or World Cup?
I was like, chew on
She
my
got-
I'll take the World Cup.
You take World Cup? What about you? What about you, Bo?
Yeah, World Cup, easy.
Wow, easy.
Mary Mac?
Mary?
The right answer is World Cup.
Oh, wow. There it is. So I'm in the minority, Dan.
You are.
Yeah.
I received feedback when I said that as well a couple of days ago of why I'm not asking why it's not every 2 years. I know why it's not. I know that there's qualifying procedures.
Yeah.
My point is just that it's so awesome that in 2 years I'd rather just watch the World Cup again than having the Olympics over the 2 weeks, which is going to be a bigger deal. Now this is how the sports calendar also falls. World Cup every 4 years. The Olympic go every 4 years. So it's kind of the 2-year difference on the even numbers. The women will be next year. So that will be going on. So we've got events. So we'll go from World Cup to Women's World Cup to Summer Olympics. I don't know what we've got in 2029, but then back in 2030 will also be the World Cup. The European Championships will be on in 2028. That's always a big deal, and it's even gotten bigger here in the States when you have the Euros going on. So I understand why the World Cup isn't every 2 years, but it was just so awesome that I don't want to wait another 4 for it again.
I know you ran past me outside trying Could be you down and have a
I
have
did.
a second.
I was inside. I'm like, I felt bad, but the match was on. The Brazil and Norway were playing. It was scoreless, and I hadn't seen you in 2 weeks, but I was afraid something was going to happen.
Yeah.
I didn't even go and get a bag of chips because I thought maybe Brazil would end up
That's
scoring
right.
and tying against Norway during one of our commercial breaks. So don't take it personally. Just blame the World Cup. If you missed any of today's show, you want to catch the podcast, just search Fox Sports Radio wherever you get your podcasts. Right after the show, today's podcast will be posted. Be sure to follow the podcast, rated 5 stars, and you can even provide a review. Again, just search Fox Sports Radio wherever you get your podcasts, and you'll find today's full show posted right after we get off the air. Find Kerry on X at Kerry25 Roads. You can find me at Dan Beyer on Fox. The NBA, Major League Baseball, and the World Cup. Your 3 topics for easy as 1, 2, 3, 4. It's next here on Fox Sports Radio.
Do you like having fingers?
Yes is the answer.
Thought so.
Get close to the radio.
We want to remind you that fireworks explode. Boom, boom. Granted, sometimes we explode. The Lakers are not the Milwaukee Bucks. But your fingers are safe with us. Happy 4th of July weekend.
From Fox Sports Radio.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Sounds of summer. They're great until they're not. Luckily, AutoZone has free battery testing and charging
Let me check that for you.
to help make a rough moment smooth. Don't miss the Celebrate Free event at AutoZone. Free products with select deals until July 27th. And free services every day. Restrictions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Pros, save more on what you need to get the job done right. Right now at Lowe's. Get 15% off select custom entry and interior doors. Plus, save $80 on the DeWalt 20-volt Max 2-tool combo kit. Now just $169. And at the Lowe's Pro Desk, bring us your materials list and get a quote in minutes. Handwritten, a photo, or even a sticky note is all you need. Keep your jobs moving faster and on budget at Lowe's. Valid through 7/8 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
There's only one Ozempic.
Hello, I'm Ozempic. Because this ad is 30 seconds into everything I'm FDA approved to do, so I'm just going to play my jingle again. But first, ask your doctor about which FDA approved uses of me, the Ozempic pen, may be right for you. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and learn more about Ozempic semaglutide injection, 2 milligrams. Only Novo Nordisk makes FDA approved Ozempic. Now here's that jingle again.
There's only one Ozempic.
This feeling is brought to you by Aleve for arthritis pain relief. What feeling is that? Well, it's the feeling you feel when you have relief from arthritis pain. It's that my hands don't hurt just holding things feeling. That, wow, I can actually move well feeling. You know, that go about your day without worrying about every little movement or ache feeling. Oh, yeah. Because Aleve targets arthritis pain at the source of inflammation for long-lasting relief. So you can keep moving through it. Feel up to 12 hours of arthritis pain relief with 1 dose. Feel Aleve. Use is directed for minor arthritis pain.
Use Polymarket to trade the World Soccer Knockout rounds. Delete that sportsbook app that's robbing you and join the millions using Polymarket. Polymarket is a prediction market, not a sportsbook. You trade against other fans, not the house. Polymarket, your go-to prediction market for soccer's biggest stage, available in all 50 states. Download the Polymarket app, use promo code FOX to unlock $50 free for your first trade. That's promo code FOX. Trading not available in all jurisdictions. Check local regulations before trading. Restrictions and eligibility apply.
Train to push past the pain. Not athletes, just people. Men, women, and children trafficked in the United States. Sometimes by someone they trusted, sometimes by their own family. While millions watch the World Cup, they're fighting to survive in silence. Help us change that. Visit bluecampaign.gov/World Cup to help us break the silence.
iHeart.
Did you hear?
I'm listening.
Foundeo Orforglipron is now approved.
Really?
Yes, really. Is now approved. Talk to your doctor about a new once daily pill from Lilly. No insurance? Foundeo is available through Lilly Direct for $149 a month. Visit LillyDirect.com for full terms and conditions. Click the banner to see indication and safety summary with warnings, or visit foundeo.lilly.com/risk.
When you donate plasma at CSL Plasma, amazing things happen. First, you create life-saving medicines. Amazing start. And you get up to $800 your first month donating, so you can do things like host your favorite team's watch party, pick up the tab at the sports bar, or get tickets to the big game. Donate today and help save lives while making a difference in your own. Do the amazing at CSL Plasma. Reward varies by location and is subject to change without notice.
Kevin and Rachel and Peanut M&M's and an 8-hour road trip. And Rachel's new favorite audiobook, The Cerulean Empress. And Kevin drowning it out with Peanut M&M's.
Kevin, I can't hear.
That's the point.
M&M's. Together.
You've got a big... So you use Unstoppable Scent Boosters to give your laundry non-stop freshness. So no matter how long the day goes, you can't stop this power, this walk, this pose, this strut, this look, this talk. Your clothes will be so fresh you can confidently strut into that end of the day meeting like a bosses. Let's talk business in my office. Add new Unstoppable Speeds to your wash for 24-hour non-stop freshness so you can smell unstoppable. Hi. When my doctor said,
You'll like the treatment schedule of Ocrevus and Novo Hyaluronate OCSQ.
I said I'm in. Ask for Novo and learn more at Bucharest.com.
No. This is Lele Pons from Suite 305 with Lele Pons. Game day at my house, it's chaos, but like in a fun way. The TV's ready, the remotes are ready, the kids' stores are going off, and somehow everybody needs batteries at the exact same time. That's why I keep Duracell stocked. And Duracell just released limited edition Duracell and Messi battery packs. The design is inspired by Messi's iconic left leg tattoo. So every battery feels like it comes with an extra kick. From the TV remote to automatic corkscrew, Duracell keeps us game day ready. Duracell double and AAA batteries are the only ones built different with power boost ingredients for long-lasting performance you can trust. Find the Duracell and Messi batteries in stores at Lowe's and Walmart, or on Amazon.
The striker gets inside. He shoots.
Can I get a Heineken, please? Oh, can you believe?
Here you go, sir. Your Heineken.
Sorry. Can I get another one for... Wait, what's your name again? Tom. Tom. Nice to meet you, Tom. Another Heineken for Tom, please.
Heineken, official beer of soccer. Fans have more friends.
You don't.
I hate the guy. Hate him, hate him, hate him, hate him, hate him. I hate him.
Like those talking Muppets that spew some random hot takes.
There's a word for those people.
Moronic! Moronic! Zip it! Not us. We only bring you the sports and entertainment you want. We deliver insight, not noise, and we give you better. So if you want that other crap, you can have it. But when you want the best, you stay right here on Fox Sports Radio. FS1. To find FS1 on your television, go to foxsports.com for details. FS1. Go to foxsports.com for details.
Fox Sports Sundays, Kerry Rhodes, I'm Dan Byer. Let's go to Monty Bolaños for a quick update. Just kidding. No, she's...
Look, I looked, I was like, oh.
That's an inside joke. I saw that Monty was not in the room that she normally is, so I was totally trying to freak her out. She's going to be here because she's a lifeline for you, Kerry Rhodes, as is Bo Benson and Mary Mack. It's time to play easy as 1, 2, 3, 4. And Monty's just cool as a cucumber. She, there's no sprint at all. Do you see? I tried to scare you, Monty.
Oh no, you don't scare me.
We're having a very
I threw to you for an update.
Oh.
Yes, because I knew you weren't there.
Well, I
but nobody
wasn't.
flinched.
Monty, I flinched. I was the only one.
Like, what?
Look, I look like this.
I would have just been like,
And
well,
they
give me
can't
that mic. Well, give me that mic. I'll do an update.
Carrie could have just done the update.
All,
should have just done
all
the
she needs is one mic.
All I need is
Carrie
one
would
mic.
be like, and the bikes are out at the World Cup. U.S. scored. They grabbed the dog. Thanks to President Trump starting the match. And
Exactly.
Kerry was out of the country for 2 weeks, so we just tried to spread World Cup lies on stuff that he may have missed.
Feels good.
But this is all the truth here. Here's the sheet.
Here we
Easiest
go.
1, 2, 3, 4. 4 questions for you. I'll give you a topic. You don't have to give me all the correct answers, just some of them. And if you get a score of 10, that's a perfect score. Over under today, 8.5.
Wow, is it that high? You said World Cup. Huh? I don't know about that, Dan.
8.5. I think your lifelines will help you
Okay,
out.
okay.
You ready to go?
Let's do it.
Name one of 2 cities serving as a host for the NBA Summer League's California Classic. NBA Summer League is here. Name one of the 2 cities serving as the host for the NBA Summer League's California Classic.
Mary pulled that mic down fast.
Well, I was gonna be funny and be like, watch it be Santa Ana or something like that, but or like Orange County. I don't know.
Oh, okay.
Maybe Santa Ana. Why not?
Bo, what you got?
I would assume the Bay Area, where the Warriors play now, San Francisco.
Look at Dan. Face Kumasi, what you got? Real
You guys are all hoop heads. I thought you'd know about Summer League, right?
Yeah, where they're shooting one free throw and it equals 3.
3 points? Yeah, I
I'm
saw
really
that.
paying attention to that. I really don't know. I'm sorry.
Everybody knows about Vegas Summer League.
We know that.
But do they know about the California?
All right, Bo, you said San Francisco?
Yeah,
We need all these points because we got World Cup for me. So
unless it's like the Coachella Valley. But it's got to be.
I feel the field house where the was that for the NBA Cup
oh man.
that I
Yeah,
saw?
that's the Cup.
That's
Yeah,
the
it's
cup.
playing with
Okay,
Butler.
then never mind.
All right, so
Never
let's,
mind.
San Francisco.
let's go San Francisco.
There it is.
There we go, Bo.
Sacramento. Your 2 answers.
Guys, weather
Summer League is
delay.
Sac-
Mexico
I
and
feel like
England
that
should be
you
coming
saw.
on
Yeah,
at
you're right
8
about that.
And then Las
a.m.
Vegas
Eastern,
gets
5
the-
o'clock
gets
Pacific.
The hyped out one.
Wow.
But San
Good
Francisco,
save. Good save, Bo.
one of the answers. All right, moving on to baseball. By the way, that was your only NBA question.
That's it.
Nice.
Name 2 of 3 Major League Baseball teams with multiple players voted in as starters for next week's All-Star game. So the starters were voted in. 3 teams have more than 1 player in the American League or National League starting lineup. Give me 2 of those teams.
You said 2. Wait, one more time, Dan. You said national or it
Could be either league.
I mean, the Dodgers have the best record, so I would say Dodgers is 1. And you said one more?
Yes. Multiple players voted in as starters for next week's All-Star game.
I'm thinking Brewers, and I'm thinking Brewers because one, they're having a great year, but also Dan, you're from the area and you like. I think that may be something.
Sometimes
that you
there's
would
the Dan Byer aspect of it.
Some of that. Because I know Dodgers, but I'm gonna go to because just give me a look.
I don't know about the Brewers.
Really?
I was gonna say Phillies. They're hosting.
And we were talking about that earlier.
Again, we have to be careful with Dan's wording. 'Cause I believe he said voted in.
Yes, the
And
starters.
Bryce Harper was added as the charity pick.
Yes, the legend pick. Yeah.
Yeah, so
I think it's the Brewers.
you're correct on the Dodgers.
Yeah,
I know,
for sure the Dodgers.
I know that one. Yeah, just
For sure the
about-
Dodgers.
Oh, wait, go ahead.
No, nobody on the Yankees. The American League sucks this year. Nobody should be
Yeah.
an
Yeah.
all-star there. They should just let the National League play unopposed.
Brewers. What about
NL.
Brewers? What about Braves? I know
Yeah,
they're
you
up there as
You
well.
can pick the Braves.
I think the
guess,
Braves
yeah.
could be another guess. I mean, go with Brewers. Like I hear you. The Brewers are good.
Yeah.
They are good. I don't know if they have the. I also saw that Bryce Terang got snubbed. So I just don't know. That's why.
So wait, if we go Braves with Acuna, has he been hurt, right? Or is he?
Yeah, he's been
He
hurt.
has been hurt. He's played, but he's been hurt.
That's what I'm saying. Like, who would be? I don't even think any other. I'm gonna go. Look at Bossy's friend.
Go Dodgers and Braves.
I would not. I would go Brewers or Phillies over Braves. But I mean, I don't know.
I'm gonna go Braves. I'm gonna go Braves.
Show me the Los Angeles Dodgers. 4 players: Shohei Ohtani, Freddie Freeman, Max Muncy, and Pages, all named voted as starters. Show me the Atlanta Braves.
Welcome into iHeartRadio's coverage of 26 FIFA World. We are in pre-match festivities leading into one of the most anticipated matches of this FIFA World Cup as Mexico face England in Mexico City. But we have just been given a heads up that there will be at least a 1 hour delay for that match in Mexico City due to weather implications. So Mexico versus England.
With Messi, with Ronaldo, and then he gets an ACL injury and just hasn't been able to be the same, albeit he's only 34 years old. I don't think he'll ever be the Neymar of old, and he's kind of out of the discussion now. But he did change the game a little bit when he came on, which was impressive, and you saw how much it means to him to score that goal, the late PK. But so impressed by Norway. I've loved the attitude the entire tournament. And if you haven't had a chance to watch Holland's YouTube series, it is amazing. He's basically full-on American now. He's got cowboy hat. I'm surprised he didn't show up to a game in cowboy hat and cowboy boots.
Yeah.
He and the team of Norway have completely immersed themselves in the culture here, and I love their underdog mentality, saying, we're probably not going to win today.
Yeah.
It's all tactics, and they have embraced it. All of them on that team, their fans have showed up and showed out, and today was a really special game, and it continues the story of it. Could an underdog win this tournament?
Yeah.
And it keeps getting more and more real, which is what has been probably the most surprising thing.
Yeah, I think, and we, myself and Pete Fielding talked about this after France's game yesterday, because I think everyone was kind of looking at France as like this unbeatable team, and they showed some chinks in the armor against Paraguay, and they still got it done, and they moved on. Same with Argentina against Cape Verde, when another exciting game in and of itself, but I think it shows that the door is open for some of these smaller teams, whether it is a Norway, maybe a Colombia, maybe a United States, but we'll cross that bridge when we get there. But for the first time, I feel like there could be a possible surprise team to hoist the trophy, because it feels like every iteration, at least the World Cups that I have watched in my lifetime, has always been the best team ends up raising the trophy at the end of it. That may not be the case this year.
Well, look, I still think you have to have one of the best players in the world to win this tournament. And without Holland, Norway, I don't think wins any of their group games. And so that is how vital these players are to their teams. That's the same thing with Argentina. If you take Messi out of it, they're not going to win against Cape Verde. I can almost guarantee it. And on the flip side, Mbappe, if they don't have him and he's not healthy, it changes so much, right? Yes, it's a team sport and we all have to play together. But man, it gives you a real advantage when you have a player like that literally just needs an inch. 10 touches in the first half, and he's not bothered by it. He's not screaming at his teammates. He knows that when the opportunity comes, it's going to be in the back of the net. Brazil knew it too, but there was nothing that they could do about it.
Well, and I think that, again, this is why this game is so captivating to me, because if you were to look at the scoreline, without watching the game, you could almost say, well, maybe Norway sat back and just countered a bunch and they were able to defend a lot of Brazil attacks. That's not the way the game went. Norway had the majority of the ball. They had better chances than Brazil did. And as you mentioned, it's weird to say this, but the best player on the field wasn't Brazilian. He was Norwegian. And it's just, it shows you how much the game has evolved in the last few years.
Looking at the heat map, it was up and down for both sides, and it was back and forth, and that's what you want to see, but not the typical Brazil. We knew this going into the tournament, not the typical Brazil. They have Vinny, but I'm not sure that he is going to be or was at the same caliber as a Ronaldinho or a Ronaldo or Neymar in his prime. I don't think he's going to leave that same kind of impact on this team. And he didn't. He didn't step up today as much as he wanted to. Norway completely shut him down for the better part of this game, but they did have their chances. Yeah. And in a tournament, goals change games. In every game they do, of course, but when it's heightened like this, goals change games. Missed PK, and then the missed breakaway from Endrick, who comes on the field, and I don't know how he doesn't score. Yes, he's all left foot, but I've watched videos on him, skill competitions on this Red Bull YouTube, and he does have a right foot. Yeah. But I think the pressure got to him. He's in that moment. He knows he wants to go to his left foot. The ball does take a bounce. And at that point, I mean, Brazil's probably off and running, and Norway won't be able to find a way back. But goals change games. And when it came to Holland, that header was sublime.
Yeah, you talk about Vinny and him being kind of the guy that's looking to carry Brazil over the line, because you need those star players, as we've talked about so often. Why isn't he taking that penalty kick in the first half? Why is it Bruno Guimaraes, who has literally never taken a penalty kick for Brazil in his entire career?
It is mind-blowing to me. Your biggest player has to step up on that moment. I mean, the only thing I can liken it to, if it's in, yes, I took PKs all the time for the Sounders, but if Clint was on the field, Clint Dempsey was on the field, most of the time it was deferred to him. Or if it was a national team game, it was always Clint or it was Josie. The high-level, high-stress guys that have played in the biggest leagues in the world, and yes, all of the Brazilian players do, but none have more pressure than Vinny on him. And to see him almost, maybe he passed the buck and said, I don't want to do it. But this goes back to the Germany shootout as well, right? We hear through the press that no one wanted to raise their hand and take a PK. And I think the pressure got to all these players, which is crazy to think about. They've played in Champions League. They've played the biggest leagues in the world. You would think that they would step up and take one. And if Vinny misses, I think it's okay.
Yeah.
But now that he passed the shoe on to someone else, it's going to get crushed in media outlets down in Brazil for sure. And he will remember that for the rest of his career. Why didn't I step up and take that one? I'm Vinny. I'm supposed to be the next one for Brazil. I didn't put the responsibility on my shoulders. It's really disappointing.
Yeah, it's one of those situations where, I wonder whose decision it was. Was it Carlo Ancelotti? Being as big of a personality as he is, giving the orders, the marching orders to the guys that, hey, this is Bruno Guimaraes' penalty kick, which would be an interesting choice in and of itself. But the other thing is, like, there's the guy who's maybe best at taking quote-unquote penalty kicks, but it's not as much of a skill thing anymore. It's all about how you deal with the pressure, and especially at this big stage.
Yeah, look, and Neymar stepped into the game and took his PK, and he immediately, everyone put the ball in his hand. Vinny didn't even step up to take it. Maybe they knew they were losing 2-0. This is Neymar's last game with the national team, certainly his last World Cup. But you would expect a player like Vinny to step up, yes. And the pressure mounted, and for him not to step up and be the guy. Yeah. Brazil's going to remember this one forever, for sure. Norway's thankful that Guimaraes stepped up. Sometimes, yes, it's a coach's decision. Ziggy used to write who was going to take the PKs on the board before the game. And if you pass the buck during the game, he'd have words with you afterwards. So maybe it came from the coach. All these teams, I'm certain, just like every club team does in tournament time, are practicing PKs after training.
Yeah.
You want to get used to where you want to put the ball, the feel. You put yourself under some pressure in training. Nothing will ever mount to what they're facing in these games. So maybe Bruno was 50 for 50, let's say, leading up to this PK shootout, and he knew that he couldn't miss, and everyone had confidence in him. You don't know what's going on in the locker room. I'm sure it'll all come out soon.
What comes next for Brazil? Because I think they came into this tournament with a little bit of a changed mentality. They hired Carlo Ancelotti, who's a very famous, club manager. It's the first time for him stepping onto the international stage. It was pretty close to the World Cup, if I remember correctly, so he didn't have a ton of time to really implement a style. But he's known for being a great man manager anyway, so a lot of people thought that was kind of a perfect blend for him. He's obviously coached Vinny at Real Madrid. They just don't have the talent that they used to, is kind of the big thing that I keep going back to. Are they going to turn into this team that maybe kind of sits back and counterattacks? Because that kind of plays into who they have right now in terms of the players, but that's not who their DNA is as Brazilians.
Yeah, look, in the past, you had Roberto Carlos, Maicon on the right. But every player was of top quality, and I don't want to take anything away from these players. They are all high quality, clearly. But they're not the same Brazil as in the past, where it's free-flowing, keep possession of the ball. You're going to do 2 or 3 step-overs to beat your man. It comes off maybe 5 out of 10 times, but in those 5, they're getting a chance, right? Whether it's a cross, it's a corner kick. You see a more subdued Brazil now. You don't see Jogo Bonito. You don't see the smiling, the passion in the game, the flicks, the movement. It's just not there.
Yeah.
And maybe it's a product of... I have no idea what it's a product of, because I've never seen this out of a Brazil team. They were my favorite team growing up because of those reasons.
Right.
The flair, the love, the passion behind
freedom.
The freedom. Yeah, great. And I just don't see it. And so Vinny is now going to have to take the next step forward, or it's going to have to be Endrick, which when I watch him play, I see a less than motivated player every time. I don't see him demanding the ball. He's got so much talent. Clearly, he's made a couple massive transfers.
Right.
He has to either be the next guy, or Brazil's going to have to wait another 8-year cycle for a phenom to come in and really change the look of this Brazil team.
Yeah, it's weird because you saw Neymar come in, and you mentioned the injuries, and he's older now. but he seemed to be the guy, even though he's not even a starter anymore. He came on and was like, hey, give me the ball. I want to take people on. Like, you need someone that takes the pressure off of the rest of your team in that way. And it's not just the goal scoring from these stars that we're talking about. It's the guy that kind of puts the team on their back in some ways. And whether that is Messi, Haaland did it today, obviously, with his goals. Mbappe's doing it for France. Harry Kane's doing it for England. You're seeing these great players that are doing, like, taking and putting the team on their back and carrying them over the finish line. It just doesn't seem like Brazil has that right now.
I mean, you look on the screen here, he officially retires from international football.
Wow.
So if that's being said, for sure, we've seen players come back from this, but
No,
I think Neymar knows that the time is done for him. You do have to have that special player on the pitch to take away the pressure, the one who's doing every single interview, that has faced it before,
Exactly.
but also is able to produce on the field. Just like you said, Harry Kane, who would have thought, 10 years ago that he was going to be the guy. Without him, they don't advance in this tournament as well.
Right.
And all top quality players.
Yeah.
So it's going to be an interesting path for Brazil, and one that I would hope that we're looking forward to.
Yeah.
Because you do want to see the Brazil of old, because there still is no team in the world that plays like they used to.
Right.
And they need to figure out a way to get it back. Today, nothing from their outside backs. It was so A to B, B to C, C to D, knock it around. It's not that fun to watch anymore.
Right. I wonder if that's a product of modern football. I think you see a lot of club teams kind of go into a very robotic approach where you're just keeping possession. You're like you said, A to B, B to C. And Brazil was the one team that we could always rely on to not be that way. It was all about freedom. It was tricky flicks here and there, and expressing yourself on the pitch, and seeing them be this, frankly, boring on the field is kind of sad to see, because to me, it's signaling an end of an era in this game. And maybe we'll get it from another team moving forward, but that's just kind of how I turn it to be at this point.
Yeah, but let's not take any credit away from Norway.
No.
Perfect game plan. I mean, Odegaard is unbelievable.
He played
the
awesome
way that he can control the pace of a game. No one from Norway feared anyone from this Brazil side today. He stepped in and really led that team. And yes, Haaland gets a credit because he gets the 2 goals, but he'll be the first one to point to every single one of his teammates. I mean, maybe he got 20 touches in the game. It wasn't all Haaland tonight. It was the other guys on the field. It was the 10 other players that did the dirty work, that sacrificed themselves. They knew that they had an opportunity tonight, and I'm sure that they talked in a meeting that this is not the Brazil of old. We have an opportunity today. And if Norway is saying that, that tells everyone else, and especially with the result, that this era of, like you said, of the previous iteration of Brazil is now past.
Yeah.
And who knows how long it'll be until we see that again. I mean, even Casemiro, no magic.
None.
No magic. It's just connect the pass, win tackles. And even, Rivaldo played a similar role, but it was all magic from him.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's difficult.
Yeah.
It's kind of sad.
It is sad. You mentioned Norway, though. Let's give them all the credit in the world. They came in and got the job done. How far can they go? Is this just a good story? Is this Haaland, announcing himself on the big stage, or can they actually have a chance to go on and make a deep run in this tournament? They play the winner of the game we're going to see kickoff here pretty soon.
Yeah, they have a legit chance. I think for them, how organized they are is the most impressive thing to watch, that their organization is paying off. Yes, Nyland had the keeper had a blinder today, absolute blinder, and he'll remember that game forever. Yes, Haaland scored the 2 goals. Other teammates get credit, but really, he kept them in the game for the vast majority. Could have been an own goal. Just fantastic awareness to say, I could watch that one and hope it goes over the top, over the crossbar, but I'm going to make the effort, and it's a full-on sprawl-out save. He was fantastic.
Yeah.
They can make a run. Any team can make a run in this one, right? Norway gets the extra couple hours of rest on this one, when they will face either Mexico or England, and it's a toss-up for me. But Norway has the pieces. As long as Haaland stays healthy, they can do it.
Yeah,
right. They can do it, and they've shown that they can plug and play. I mean, making 2 substitutes at halftime.
Yeah.
Knowing what they were going up against. The coach is saying, "Give me 45 minutes of all out." Right, and you saw that in the game. It was fantastic. I mean, Nusa on the left-hand side, Red Bull Leipzig player, taking guys on and taking chances. He looked more Brazilian than any Brazilian did on the field.
It's so true. That's crazy.
And he was willing to take guys on, take chances. Yes, it didn't work out, but you're also making Brazil defend in their own half, which they aren't used to doing. And then Shelderup comes in, and he was unbelievable. Changed the game. I mean, his ability to have a change of pace. Again, give me 45 minutes, go as hard as you can, and good things are going to happen. And he changed the game for Norway in those moments. If you have players like that that are committed, you can see that they all are. They're doing the row after the game with the crowd. Holland's banging the drum. There's something special about this team.
Yeah, and there were questions when they made those subs at halftime, like Sorloth, who had been a big part of this team and it kind of gives them an outlet too. And Nusa, as you mentioned before, and then they come on and it's perfect timing with the coach. He just seems to have a pulse on exactly what they need.
Well, who would have Sorloth is playing as a right midfielder? I would have never put him there.
It's like putting Haaland at right wing.
But you saw it after the first water break. Brazil had some good moments, and then the first water break happened. You see Haaland at the very end telling all of his center backs and the goalkeeper, just send it long. He's motioning to send it long. Let me get into a physical battle. Let Sorloth get into the physical battle. We will be your outlet.
Yeah.
And either we're going to win a foul or Haaland does what he does and he just spins and the ball somehow always ends up in front of him. Yeah. And for Sorloth, again, to play as a right midfielder, basically was there to just keep possession of the ball.
Yeah.
Be a big body, keep possession of the ball. He did his job at halftime, and Bob comes on and does what he does.
Yeah.
My favorite name in the whole tournament from a player, by the way. Oscar Bob.
Great last name. If for those of you who are just tuning in, a couple breaking news that we can talk about. Number one, the England-Mexico match has been delayed an hour, so we're looking at a 6 p.m. Pacific time, 9 p.m. Eastern time kickoff. So we'll kind of, as we near closer to that kickoff, we will get more into the preview of that match. Another piece of breaking news, Neymar has officially retired from international football. Brazil, the Brazil icon, the Brazil legend, unfortunately never gets over the hump and is not able to get the job done. And he announced just after the match today that he is retiring from international football for the Brazilian national team. A sad day for him and Brazilian fans, to be completely honest. Let's come back. Let's talk about the one more breaking news that we heard about today. And it's the fact that Florian Balogun all of a sudden is available for the United States men's national team against Belgium as they look to go past the round of 16 for the first time since 2002. Let's come back, discuss that whole situation. Coming up next, again, you're listening to the 2026 FIFA World Cup on iHeartRadio.
It's the Marketer's Report. In this edition, Giovanni Martinez, Senior Director of Marketing and Innovation for Avocados from Mexico, weighs in on reach, frequency, and audio.
After researching and discussing with the team, we know that how powerful is audio. I mean, audio can really transmit emotions, and that's what we want. My company is so focused on performance. Every single thing we do, we measure it. So performance is key internally for the marketing team, and audio help us to do that, right? Because with the frequency, the reach that you can generate with that component is something that we always have as an add-on in our campaigns.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia connects marketers to all the audiences, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow, and all guaranteed human. If you're a marketer, go to iHeartAdvertising.com.
The excitement of the FIFA World Cup is now streaming live on Fox One, the official English streaming platform to catch every unforgettable moment. Fox One brings the action straight to your screen so you never miss a goal. Download Fox One and experience the FIFA World Cup live.
Congressional districts change. Lines get redrawn. But some things you can still count on, like AM and FM radio. The most reliable ways to reach people where they live with voices they trust across towns, cities, and congressional districts of every size. At iHeart, we connect with more Americans every month than anyone in audio. Ready to take your message to your current and future voters? Partner with iHeart, and we'll combine radio with our podcasting and digital assets and get working for you. Start today at winwithiheart.com.
The excitement of the FIFA World Cup is now streaming live on Fox One, the official English streaming platform to catch every unforgettable moment. Fox One brings the action straight to your screen so you never miss a goal. Download Fox One and experience the FIFA World Cup live.
Welcome back back to iHeartRadio's coverage of the 2026 FIFA World Cup. We are maybe nearing, I guess is a word you could use, towards England versus Mexico in Mexico City. Unfortunately, it has been delayed. We're looking at a 6 p.m. Pacific time, 9 o'clock p.m. Eastern time kickoff. As we get closer to that, we'll preview that game a little bit more. But some breaking news that just came out in the last couple hours. The United States men's national team forward, Folarin Balogun, who was given a red card in their round of 32 match against Bosnia and Herzegovina. It has been rescinded, or excuse me, I think the right word to use would be the suspension has been suspended. Brad Evans joins me, from former U.S. men's national team member. Just talk about the impact that Balogun being available will have on this U.S. men's national team before their round of 16 game.
Well, you've seen it in every team so far. The ability to consistently score in a tournament is paying dividends for those that are advancing in these rounds. And if Mbappe, Messi, Holland, whoever it is, the guys that are scoring the most goals, those teams are going to advance for sure in this tournament. So it's massive for the U.S. I think it takes a weight off of his shoulders. He can put it in the past. It might feel a little bit awkward for him at this point to be the guy, the first player ever in a FIFA World Cup that a red card's been suspended or on a probationary period. But I'm reading it was 64 years ago, Brazilian legend Garrincha.
Oh, Garrincha, yes. Sorry.
1962 tournament was had a dismissal cleared in that tournament. So that's a long time. Yeah. And now for it to be one day before tournaments in the U.S. and a United States men's national team player gets his red card appealed or rescinded, whatever we want to say. Article 27. Hopefully we can talk on Tuesday morning about Article 27 being our favorite article of the FIFA Disciplinary Code Handbook.
Yeah, the thing that makes this so such a big story, I should say, is the fact that it's pretty unprecedented at this point. If this was something where, and you see this all the time, let's be honest, if there's a red card in a Premier League match, they can go back and look at the video and say, hey, that shouldn't have been a red card, the suspension is canceled or it's reduced, right? And that happens all the time in club soccer, but the fact that this never happens at the FIFA World Cup, that's the part that a lot of people are questioning the process with this. So maybe if you're Belgium, do you feel hard done by how this has gone out?
Yeah, I think so. If you're Belgium, you're asking questions of how and why, but you're one day out. You can't ask too many questions. You're going to get inside your own head, and then you're going to. I know the coach is saying we cannot use this as an excuse. No player is going to use it as an excuse. Balogun, can he be a game changer? Yes, but is he a player on the same caliber as the others in the tournament that are scoring buckets of goals? No. So Belgium can't sit here and say, okay, Messi was out, now Messi's back in, or Holland was out, now he's back in less than 24 hours from the game. I think it's different for Belgium. They'll continue as they've prepped for this, the remainder of this tournament, and especially against the U.S. I don't think that this U.S. team strikes too much fear in Belgium's eyes. Look, just not even a month ago, they shellacked the U.S. team. And they're thinking, we'll just do what we did back then. What was our game plan? Same players are pretty much playing in the game. If we do half as good, we got 3 in the bag. Yeah. So I hope from a U.S. perspective that is the case, because this USA team has seemed more motivated, more hungry, more intense, and he's been a big part of that up top for the U.S.
Yeah, so I never actually got your thoughts on the original call. Was it the right call? Were you surprised when they went to VAR and changed what was not even a foul originally to a red card for Balogun in that situation?
Yeah, I know there's processes in all of this. We're not supposed to watch VAR and then give a red card afterwards. I don't know. I kind of take all that out of it, and when I watch the foul in slow motion, it's a dangerous challenge. But if a player's looking at tackling, that changes the game for me. If I'm in a game and I'm an attacker playing center mid, and someone is trying to play the ball, yes, studs are up. That situation is so different than a studs up challenge. Sure. Both are looking at the ball, trying to make a play. The guy's foot just happens to be in the path of where I'm. Remember, these are two big guys that are jostling for position. It's not like they can go straight up and straight down, especially when they're moving laterally. So I understand. For me, maybe it was a yellow card, but looking back in slow motion, everything looks worse. Yeah. Right. Everything slowed down looks worse. So for me, I think in the moment, what the referee saw was a dangerous challenge. The player, his ankle obviously does turn. Yep. It certainly looked painful. But if I was on The other side of that, I would probably say red card as well. And from the U.S. side, you're saying, well, I didn't mean to.
Yeah.
And, well, then you should have thought about that before you got into a challenge with me.
Yeah, it's true. And, like, I think as soon as it was going to VAR, as soon as they told the referee to go look at it, you thought, okay, he's going to see that. He's going to see that as a red card. But the fact that it even went to that point is the part that I was pretty frustrated with, at least in the moment, because we've seen so much at this tournament that in a good way, the VAR has changed the way it operates a little bit. They very much more so now than in tournaments past, leagues past, are still relying on the call in the field. And it's a larger threshold for them to tell the referee to go to VAR and look at it than it ever has been. And to me, that didn't meet that threshold. So to stick with the call in the field would have been the right way to go. And if he had given a red card on the field, then it wouldn't have been rescinded either. So that was where I felt the wrongdoing was. It wasn't in the actual result of the play. It was how it got there. And I guess this is quote-unquote justice at this point for the United States.
No, I think you're right. The call on the play should be, but also if there's something to look at from up top, there's something to look at.
Yeah,
and they deemed it as such. So we have to live and die by VAR in this age. It wasn't around when I played, so that call would have just stayed as a no call.
Do you like it?
Do I like it?
Yeah.
If my team were to win the game, yes. If we were
Because
to
of
lose,
VAR?
no. Just a weird situation.
Yeah.
This is going to be a massive topic. Pochettino is going to have his hands full deflecting everything away from this team. These guys got to stay off social media because I'm sure they're getting pelted.
I'm sure.
And really just focus on the game. But he may have a target on his back in this one.
Yeah.
And the U.S. will too. This is a little locker room chatter from Belgium's coach. He's going to put that on the board and pregame talks. Lunch talks, whatever it is, he's going to use anything he can to motivate his Belgian side, which haven't come out hot in this tournament.
No.
They almost look like they're surviving at this point. And so he's trying to get anything he can out of his group. But I think for Belgium, they played in some hot games, middle of the day. They're not used to that. This game will be a little bit different against the U.S. here in Seattle. It's strange on this one because it's a 1-year probation on the red card.
Right.
So if he commits a similar foul during this time, then the original suspension will be reinstated. It's the weirdest rules ever.
That's so weird.
But as U.S. fans, we just got to be thankful that he's going to be on the pitch.
Hey, so just like you said, you like it if it helps your team. You don't if it doesn't.
I told you, Article 27.
Might be our
My
favorite
new
article.
tattoo.
Might be our favorite article. All right, you kind of alluded to it there. Let's preview the actual match between the United States and Belgium in what should be one of the biggest days in American soccer history as they prepare to face off in Seattle tomorrow, Monday, 5 o'clock kickoff, 4:30 pregame. We'll, of course, have that game on the iHeartRadio app and wherever you're listening to us right now as well. It's just going to be a massive match, one of the biggest days in American soccer history. So I want to get your thoughts on the game itself, the tactics going into it, who might be favored. That's all coming up next year. You're listening to the 2026 FIFA World Cup on iHeartRadio.
In this edition of the Marketers Report, Monica Tam, head of brand media for DoorDash, discusses the power of audio influencers.
Everyone can advertise and say the same thing. I think it holds different weight when it comes from somebody that you inherently trust and listen to every day. And I think when you're tapping into voices like hosts and podcasters, you're being able to be part of that community, but in a very authentic way so that it does not come off as like I'm trying to preach to you what to buy, but actually being from a position of here is how DoorDash can provide relief, or here's how we can be additive to your day-to-day.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia connects marketers to all the audiences, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow, and all guaranteed human. If you're a marketer, go to iHeartAdvertising.com. It's the Marketers Report. In this edition, Scott Hinchelwood, Director of Partner Support, Music and Audio Engagement for St. Jude Children's Research Hospital, talks about the power of live events.
we've been working with iHeart now. I mean, and going back to your beginning, and then you guys have so many. We have over 60 iHeart station partners out there that really, and Bobby and Billy Greenwood and all the other Angie Ward, all your other talents that are out there telling our story, and it really helps drive that St. Jude mission home and share our patients and share our mission, and really kind of drive home what we do and why we are such a place to go for pediatric cancer.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia connects marketers to all the audiences, live events, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. And all guaranteed human. If you're a marketer, go to iHeartAdvertising.com.
Congressional districts change, lines get redrawn, but some things you can still count on, like AM and FM radio. The most reliable ways to reach people where they live with voices they trust across towns, cities, and congressional districts of every size. At iHeart, we connect with more Americans every month than anyone in audio. Ready to take your message to your current and future voters? Partner with iHeart, and we'll combine radio with our podcasting and digital assets and get working for you. Start today at winwithiheart.com.
Upgrade your FIFA World Cup 2026 viewing experience. Build it like Beckham from the living room to the lawn with the Home Depot. Create a box seating experience with flowers for pops of color surrounding your pitch. The of grilled favorites and a freshly painted fence sporting your team's colors. Fast free delivery is your home field advantage with charcoal, string lights, or whatever the game calls for right to your door. A clean assist. Build it like Beckham for match day. The Home Depot, official FIFA World Cup 2026 supporter. Subject to availability.
Welcome back to iHeartRadio's coverage of the 2026 FIFA World Cup. We are nearing our traditional pregame coverage for England versus Mexico because it has been delayed. We are looking at about a 6 o'clock p.m. Pacific time start, 9 o'clock p.m. Eastern time start for Mexico versus England. As of this moment, it has been delayed due to weather reasons. But let's look ahead to tomorrow before we really dive into this game that we're about to kick off right here. The United States men's national team are facing Belgium in the round of 16, a rematch of the 2014 U.S. versus Belgium matchup, which ended up having Belgium win 2-1 after extra time. Brad, just talk about how big of a moment this is. Of course, Anderson Hurst, Brad Evans, former U.S. men's national team player with you guys here today. Talk about how big of a moment this is for you, U.S. soccer. Is it the biggest game in U.S. soccer history? I know that sometimes in these moments it can be hyperbolic to say that kind of stuff, but it feels like what's at stake here on home soil with everything that you've built up until now, that it could be a possibility, at least for me.
There's been a lot of pivotal moments for a group, and the longer federation is around, you can kind of point to certain markers, right? 1994 was massive for the growth of U.S. soccer. Those were some huge matches and unexpected results for the U.S.
What a
2002
game.
Rings true in my mind. If VAR was around
6
by then,
to
or goal
5.
line, who knows where this U.S. team could have ended up in that tournament, finishing out.
We gotta
and
run
then
this
obviously
back.
this 2014 group that made a good run in Brazil and came up against a very, very good side in Belgium who was dominant.
Guys,
and
we're
Tim
still in a
Howard
weather
stood on his
delay.
head on the
England,
day just to give
Mexico.
this USA group a chance. Now you get to face them again, and this is a real redemption game in a tournament that matters, right? The friendly, it was a tough result for the U.S. I think ultimately they're not thinking about that. They'll throw it out the window. I think when you win a game, you think about those past results more than you do when you lose, obviously. But from 2014 to now, this USA team has taken leaps and bounds of skill, quality, players playing in Champions League regularly, up and down the bottom of this roster. It's a very, very different group that I think is more prepared for this situation on this stage in home soil in Seattle, which is going to be an unbelievable crowd, an unbelievable night here. It's really set up to be something special. And you don't want to get too far ahead of yourself, right? You play either Spain or Portugal next. So either way, you're going to have to be world beaters in this tournament to get to the semifinals. But if they win this game, this will be a fantastic turning point, I think, for U.S. soccer, because we're at a point now where this is the expectation for this group. I don't think anyone's saying, wow, they made it to the quarterfinals if they do. I think this team is expected with this group of players to make it that far on home soil.
Totally.
There's no excuse at this point. And now you get the red card overturned. You get your starting striker back in the mix. It really has to be leave it all on the field against what will be a really good Belgium side at the end of the day.
Yeah, let's dive into the tactics of that game because, as you mentioned, the U.S. lost to this Belgian side. But then if you look at the first couple games of this World Cup, Belgium looked like they might have not even been moving on. They kind of turned it on in the last couple matches at the right time. They have that sort of magic touch to them. And then you compare that to the U.S., who is carrying so much momentum from their first 2 wins and then rotating the entire team against Turkey. So that one kind of gets thrown out the window a little bit. And then the way they go and win against Bosnia in the round of 32, it just feels like you're talking about a team on the upswing. And then very dissimilar to the 2014 matchup where it felt like Belgium was the team on the upswing, kind of about to elevate into superstar status. Do you feel like it's almost the opposite now with the U.S. against an aging Belgium team with Kevin De Bruyne no longer at Manchester City, a step behind what he used to be? Romelu Lukaku, who still is scoring goals but is not even starting for them on a regular basis anymore. Yes, you have the Jeremy Doku's of the world that has stepped up, and he's kind of become a young talent for Belgium, but it's not the same team that they faced, 12 years ago at this point?
It's not, but if you look at the front four for them, if Lukaku starts, he's a nightmare. He's an absolutely massive body and impossible to move. Chelsea played here. We played against them in 2010.
Yeah.
And he was just kind of coming up at Chelsea. And Jeff Park was their starting center back, and he's a strong, big guy. And I've never seen anyone make him look like a little boy in a game until Lukaku stepped on the pitch. I'd never seen anything like it. He was on a different level, size-wise, pace, power, his finishing ability, left, right foot. But then you look at Doku coming up on the scene. He's won a title with Manchester City, used to playing in massive games. He is rapid. De Bruyne is still, I think, the best passer in this entire tournament.
Wow.
I haven't seen a better passer of the ball so far other than him. If it wasn't for De Bruyne, this team would not be the same. And then Trossard coming off a season of winning the Premier League. That's a dangerous front four still. They should advance in this tournament. But the way that they have played isn't indicative to the quality of player they have. And that's due to the aging midfield overall for Belgium. They haven't been whatever they are, 6th ranked team. They haven't played like it in the world. And for them, they're going to come up against this young, hungry group, mid-20s. All of them are starving for an opportunity to make a statement, and that's a difficult team to play against.
Handicapper Brad Evans, who do you actually favor in this matchup?
I favor the U.S., and I'll say that because of home field advantage.
Okay.
And I don't think that Belgium is just going to sit in a low block and counterattack.
Right.
They can't. They're not. For them to look back on this tournament and say we sat in a low block against the U.S. and just tried to counterattack, I don't see that happening.
Okay.
I hope that Belgium comes out and plays a free-flowing style because that's better for the U.S.
Really?
We saw what they did against Australia. Australia made it really difficult for the U.S. to score. They sat back. Yes, the goal happened, so Australia had to come out of their block. But I don't think that this U.S. team does very well against the low block. I like them against a team that's a bit more free-flowing. It opens up more room for Dest and especially Pulisic to get on the ball, be creative. Because when you sit in a block, Pulisic is going to have 2 or 3 on him every time he gets it wide and tries to cut in. If Belgium steps up their line, the 2 8s step out a little bit, and just that extra 5 yards of space between them and the center backs allows Christian to come inside, and then Ball again can get more of the ball, make his knifing runs, those little 45-degree angle runs, and get in the box. I hope that's the way it plays out.
Okay.
But who knows? I mean, Belgium might not be feeling that confident, and I think the first 5 to 10 minutes of this one will kind of tell the story of it.
Yeah, it's interesting because I had always thought, and I'm just Joe Schmo over here, but looking at the first couple of games, you look at the 4-1 win versus Paraguay, probably U.S.'s most dominant performance so far at this World Cup. They did just sit in a low block and try to just hit them on the counter, but U.S. high-pressed them so much that they kind of suffocated them and not allow them to get breakout at all. First half versus Australia, same kind of thing. Australia tries to sit back. Yes, they made it more difficult than Paraguay did, but they got those 2 goals. And then second half, Australia all of a sudden changes to a 4-3-3 and tries to come at the U.S., and they look like they don't know what hit them, the U.S. at that point. And then you look at the third game, Turkey. They had already been out of the tournament. They try and play. They play with the U.S. They go at them, kind of take the game at them a little bit, and the U.S. obviously end up losing that game. It's a little more difficult. And then kind of go back to the other style, Bosnia, they sit back, and it kind of played into the U.S.'s hands. So I'm just interested why you think that that the low blocks kind of frustrate the U.S. more than a team that might try and go at them a little bit.
Well, I just think the level of player on this Belgium team isn't going to be okay with sitting in a low block for 70 minutes.
Okay.
Yes, they want to advance, but these guys De Bruyne needs space. Doku needs space. Trossard needs space. These guys are not defenders of the ball.
Right, no.
I just don't see it happening.
Okay.
And so for them, I think there's an opportunity here and a good learning experience from those first couple games to say, okay, if this team does press, we have to be able to play out of the back. And I think they showed that against Paraguay. Paraguay's team is not up to snuff against Belgium.
Right.
None of the teams they faced so far is going to be on the same,
I agree,
on paper, player quality of Belgium's side. Yes, the U.S., other than Bosnia, hadn't beat a European opponent in 10 matches, which is crazy to me.
Yeah.
And now they have to come up against a good Belgium side. They're going to have to right some wrongs here. And, of course, it would be great if Belgium sat in a low block the whole game and the U.S. had 85% possession. It's not going to happen.
No, it's not.
So they're going to have to be ready for these guys to break out. And I think they'll absorb some pressure, but these guys are going to play.
Yeah.
Belgium's going to play.
Yeah.
They're not going to get on a flight home if they sit in a low block and lose this game 1-0 and be able to face their press. This whole lineup will be completely changed along with the whole staff.
Yeah, I think that that's what to expect. And really, like you said, it's a step up from anything the U.S. has faced up until this point. Obviously, you can look at Turkey and their talent and say that it gets somewhat close. And obviously, they had a disappointing tournament themselves, but they were kind of playing for, not much in that last game, just playing free, so to speak. But now this is where it gets real, right? We saw this with Brazil and Norway. These teams that hadn't really been tested before, it's really, really important that you're able to step up to that. And now the U.S. has had their record rescinded, or at least the suspension suspended, as I like to say. Balogun will be available in this World Cup of 16 match versus Belgium. So it's all to play for, man. I think this is about as 50-50 as it gets. I think both teams can feel like they should win, but also be extremely disappointed if they were to come out on the losing side.
Yeah, and we already saw it with Cape Verde. They made their historic run for them in this tournament, and they go home to a hero's welcome, right?
Yeah.
Which is going to change every one of their lives, but hopefully the shift in soccer for their country. More resources, the we can do it attitude. Any one of us can be the player on the pitch in the next 4 to 8 years, right?
Yeah.
For the U.S., if they lose this match, it kind of kills some momentum of the drama and the media machine
Absolutely.
that has been pumping up this team the entire tournament, the expectations, being at home. It changes things for this group. And if they win this one, I think it elevates them significantly, and everything can change in one game. Yeah. And we already saw it today with Brazil.
Yeah.
Goals change games. And in this, here at home, if you score first, teams have been pretty successful in this tournament if you score first.
Yep.
Yes, there's been some dramatic comebacks, but at the end of the day, this U.S. team has to show up and show out, and you know that the crowd is going to be completely behind them.
Yeah.
Belgium has made Seattle their home base for this entire tournament, so they're familiar with weather conditions. They feel at home here, which is good. U.S. is having to travel up here. Yes, they played one game here in the group stage, so Belgium fans are going to show up too. But this will be a big moment for U.S. soccer, more so if they lose. I think you just kind of put the stick in the spokes of the bicycle wheel and kind of trip over yourself. But if they do advance, you look at the remaining teams in this tournament, what probably will be Argentina and Colombia on the other side, and either Mexico or England. You're putting yourself up there in a tournament with the last remaining 8 teams being world class. So a big opportunity.
Yeah, it's the first time in my World Cup watching life, if the U.S. were to move on, that they would get to the quarterfinals. And it felt like it would be a completely different way of doing it than in 2002, right? They kind of came out of nowhere. A very young Landon Donovan at that point kind of burst onto the scene. You know, it was a different game as well at that point, right? Between their shocking win versus Portugal and then beating Mexico in the round of 16, just very much bursting onto the scene. It would feel like the U.S., for me, if they were to win this game, is going to start to elevate itself onto, hey, this is a federation, a team that we need to take seriously in these World Cups and these international tournaments, because up until now it's been really like kind of on the fringe of that, but it's still not up to that level. I think they elevate themselves if they're able to get past Belgium, get to that quarterfinal. That last 8, I think, is a really big hurdle for this U.S. team.
It's not just about the U.S. team. It's about everyone coming up underneath them.
Yes.
It's about the youth
Great
players
point.
as well, because our youth systems are created and supposed to play like our first team, right? You're trying to mimic the formation, just like every club team across Major League Soccer. Your academy teams are trying to mimic the first team so that when you bring up a player, they fit into the piece and puzzle. And there's really no better team that does it than Mexico, actually, and especially in La Liga. You can plug and play any one of those players and you're getting a like for like. They do it probably the best. What we're trying to do is elevate the next generation so that they can get experience at Dortmund, at AC Milan, the top teams in Europe. And you better believe if they advance out of this one, showing that they can beat, if it's a good game, they can beat a good Belgium side. Every GM, every sporting director around the world is wondering what's going on in U.S. soccer that's getting them to this point. Should we put our resources into young U.S. players because their first team did it in a World Cup? And if everyone else follows suit, well, we have to get them experience too. It's a great opportunity for the youngsters, the under 20s, 18s.
So talk about what right now the reputation of United States soccer players across the best teams in Europe. Obviously, you still have some players playing for them, but I just look no further than the U.S. talisman in Christian Pulisic, and I look at what he did at Chelsea and him getting kind of cast away, even though he was playing extremely well, won a Champions League with them, and it was a big part of that team. What is the reputation right now of United States soccer and the players individually? Because I feel like what you just said there is something that needs repeating in terms of how that could change if they were to win this game.
Yeah, look, I think the biggest marker is the Premier League. It'll always be the Premier League. You consistently have every top player in the world pretty much playing in England. Yeah. And when you look at our roster, you've got Crystal Palace, Fulham, you've got Bournemouth. I mean, you had Christian Pulisic playing there. There's a lot of players with Premier League experience and getting games, not just being on the bench. And when you look at teams of the past, you had Brian McBride, yes. Clint Dempsey was doing it for Fulham as well. Yep. But now you've got Tyler Adams, who's the man at a defensive midfielder for a good Premier League side.
Very good Premier League side.
Anthony Robinson has been fantastic player of the year at Fulham also. And like you said, Christian Pulisic winning a Champions League with Chelsea, albeit in and out of the lineup a little bit. So it's getting there. I think the perception of a U.S. soccer player is that they're going to fight. They're going to be fit. They're going to be athletic. Skill-wise is now where you're starting to see the shift. And I noticed it when Landon's took kind of like break and then went back to Everton. Yeah. And he was amazing over that winter break, just coming into a team and then starting assist, goal. He was fantastic. And his skill was something that no other USA player, John O'Brien had it, I think, a few players, Joe Max Moore had it. And I think you're seeing, instead of just the target striker or the giant center back, we're all throughout the midfield. Or the goalkeeper. Yeah. Or the goalkeeper. You're seeing more at left back, left mid, coming off in a 4-3-3. You're seeing a sitting or a 6 or an 8 and commanding midfields and getting results. That, I think, is a shift for this team moving forward, instead of just the typical bruiser of a player.
Let's zoom back into the Belgium game. One last little preview. Where is this game going to be won and lost?
I mean, I think for the U.S., this game is going to be won with possession. And you have to keep the ball against this Belgian side. You just have to keep it away from De Bruyne. And his outlet is always going to be Doku. Yep. And for him, his pace and speed, this USA team has been burned on a number of occasions. And they're going to have to be really, really careful on any sort of counterattack. You have to be almost precise with every single pass in this match. If I'm on the U.S. team, I just say keep the ball as best we can, but we have to play through the lines. And this is something that this USA team hasn't had in the past, the ability to play through the lines, find a striker when you recover the ball with your first pass forward, and then break free. McKinney joins the party, Dest and Pulisic. Those front four are pretty much interchangeable. They can do whatever they want, and that will provide challenges for Belgium.
Yeah, I mean, it can't be understated or overstated, excuse me, how big this moment is. You now don't have the excuse of Balogun being out. Pulisic seems like he's 100% healthy. You feel like you have I'm going to say easy draw, but like compared to other teams' round of 16 matchups, we're looking at Mexico versus England at this point. That definitely could be seen as a more favorable version for the U.S. in this game. But every single game up until from now on is going to be a big test for the United States. And I think up until now, you could still, even though there is so much positivity with this group, and you mentioned the media kind of surrounding this team, it seems like kind of the casual soccer fan or even the sports fan is starting to jump on board and feel like that this year might be something different. Everything that you achieve past this point can be that much more important than what you've done until now. So what makes this team that different? Do you think it has to do with who's managing them at this point?
Yeah, I think the coach has made a world of difference. Look, I've never seen. I've been a part of with three coaches: Bob Bradley, Jurgen, and Bruce.
Yep.
And never once did any one of those coaches bring our group together on the field after a win or a loss or a draw and build some sort of family culture that was going to carry on, hopefully to the next team or the next coach. Who knows if he stays or not? But that's something that can stay and become almost like a tradition, right? It always in my time felt pretty divided in the locker room. You had the German Americans and then you had the MLS players. And to be honest, I think that those guys looked down upon us for playing in Major League Soccer, even though they weren't playing at Bayern Munich or any of the top teams in Germany. Right. There was still that kind of stigma, like, well, we should be starting because we play in Germany.
Play in Europe,
I don't see that in this group. I see a united group that's getting results. I don't know what switched from the previous two friendlies to that Paraguay game. Some sort of juice was put in their system, and I just love how the coach is coming up. You know, a big hug after a win, lose, or draw. Like, you got this, we got this. That speaks volumes to what's going on in that locker room and what they've built and what they're kind of riding on right now. That can take you far in a tournament without a world-class player, because the U.S. doesn't have a world-class player.
It's very different than what we've just been talking about, right? That you kind of need one, and we've seen the teams that have one up until this point that rely on them, and that's kind of what's gotten them over the line. But I think you make a great point. It's more of a by-committee approach, and I know Balogun's been a great goal scorer at this World Cup, but, you know, I wouldn't consider him on the levels of an Mbappe, Haaland, Messi, Harry Kane level, right? So even Christian Pulisic, who's, when he's played fantastic, but I just still don't think it's on that level. It's everyone doing their individual role, correct?
Yeah, and like you said, you don't see it on this team.
Right.
And every team that's left in this tournament has that world-class player, right? You look at Colombia, you look at Switzerland, one of those teams will advance with a top player. Argentina's got Messi, Egypt has Salah. You just run down the list.
Every team that's left.
U.S. doesn't have that
Except
player.
maybe Mexico.
Yeah, I guess Mexico also in the same boat.
Sure.
But everyone else does, and it really shows and speaks volumes to this collective U.S. mentality. And that's kind of what it was built on.
Yeah, totally.
Back in the day, was just, let's get the job done, and we'll do it and do it well and leave everything on the field. Whether it was Confederations Cup, getting massive results against Spain, good results against Brazil at the time was fantastic. Now, I hope that one of these players steps up. I would love to leave this game and say Pulisic 100% without a shadow of a doubt was the best player on the field, because he had 2 goals and an assist. He kept the ball every time he had it. He took his guys on. He was a beast. He created havoc. He took guys on. That's how I want to leave this game, so that we can start to put him into that conversation, because a World Cup can change your trajectory.
100%.
Right? And that's his opportunity to step up to the plate.
Yeah, I think you kind of allude to something there that I've been kind of noticing as well. It's like, yes, he's been a really good player, but he has yet to really have the full breakout game where you score 2 goals or you get a couple assists or a goal and assist or something like that, because the results are what matters at the end of the day. All right, we're just a few minutes away from England and Mexico. We'll come back. We'll begin our traditional pregame festivities, all coming up next here. You're listening to the 2026 FIFA World Cup on iHeartRadio.
Congressional districts change, lines get redrawn, but some things you can still count on, like AM and FM radio. the most reliable ways to reach people where they live with voices they trust across towns, cities, and congressional districts of every size. At iHeart, we connect with more Americans every month. than
Guys,
anyone in
England
audio.
and Mexico
Ready to take
coming
your
up in
message
about
to your
20
current and
minutes.
future voters? Partner with
Get fired
iHeart,
up.
and we'll combine radio with our podcasting and digital assets and get working for you. Start today at winwithiheart.com.
Don't you wish your life came with a warning app?
Stop. That dog does not want to be petted.
Just a little heads up before something bad happens.
Move your coffee cup away from your computer.
Oh, no. So you can have more control.
Stop. You're texting your boss by mistake.
Uh-oh. Well, life doesn't always give you time to change the outcome, but prediabetes does. With early diagnosis and a few healthy changes like managing your weight, getting active, stopping smoking, and eating healthier, you can stop prediabetes before it leads to type 2 diabetes. It's easy to learn your risk. Take a 1-minute test today at doihaveprediabetes.org.
Warning. The cap is loose on that ketchup.
Ugh. Don't wait. You have the power to change the outcome. Visit doihaveprediabetes.org today. That's doihaveprediabetes.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and its pre-diabetes awareness partners.
Upgrade your FIFA World Cup 2026 viewing experience. Build it like Beckham from the living room to the lawn with the Home Depot. Create a box seating experience with flowers for pops of color surrounding your pitch, the smell of grilled favorites, and a freshly painted fence sporting your team's colors. Fast free delivery is your home field advantage with charcoal, string lights, or whatever the game calls for right to your door. A clean assist. Build it like Beckham for match day. The Home Depot, official FIFA World Cup 2026 supporter. Subject to availability.
The more you listen to your kids, the closer you'll be. So we asked kids, what do you want your parents to hear?
I feel sometimes that I'm not listened to. I would just want you to listen to me more often and evaluate situations with me and lead me towards success.
We're not adults, so just be there and listen. I just want someone to yap to. And I just feel like I'll be fine if someone just hears me talk and talk and talk and talk and talk and talk and talk.
You're doing a really good job. And I don't think that's that enough. And I know sometimes we get into it and it's just hard on both of us. But try to understand me more and I'll try to do the same.
Listening is a form of love. Find resources to help you support your kids and their emotional well-being at sounditouttogether.org. That's sounditouttogether.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and Pivotal.
Talking to your kids about the dangers of vaping can be hard. Getting them to listen to hot gossip is easy. So here's some drama you could share with your kid. Dude, did you hear about Cassie and Jake? No, but did you hear that vaping can cause irreversible lung damage and nicotine affects brain development? Nuh-uh. You don't need to gossip if you want to have an open conversation about vaping. So if you want to get tips on when and how to talk to your kids, visit talkaboutvaping.org. Brought to you by the American Lung Association and the Ad Council.
It's the Marketer's Report. In this edition, Giovanni Martinez, Senior Director of Marketing and Innovation for Avocados from Mexico, weighs in on reach, frequency, and audio.
After researching and discussing with the team, we know that how powerful is audio. Audio can really transmit emotions, and that's what we want. My company is so focused on performance. Every single thing we do, we measure it. So performance is key internally for the marketing team, and audio help us to do that, right? Because with the frequency, the reach that you can generate with that component is something that we always have as an add-on in our campaigns.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia connects marketers to all the audiences, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow, and all guaranteed human. If you're a marketer, go to iHeartAdvertising.com.
Smokey the Bear.
Then you know why Smokey tells you when he sees you passing through. Remember, please be careful, it's the least that you can do.
Don't play with matches. Don't play with fire.
After 80 years of learning his wildfire prevention tips, Smokey Bear lives within us all. Learn more at SmokeyBear.com. And remember,
only you can prevent wildfires.
brought to you by the USDA Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
Such a pressure kick. Believe me,
present today's featured match, brought to you by Fox One, your audio home for FIFA World Cup 2026. iHeartRadio.
Well, this brilliant knockout stage continues as we have one of the more highly anticipated matchups yet, with England traveling to Mexico City for the first time since a very famous match that included the goal of the 20th century, as well as possibly the most controversial goal of all time, when Diego Maradona used his hand of God to knock England out in the semifinals en route to World Cup glory in 1986. And then we have Mexico, who still have yet to concede at this World Cup, and their fans are beginning to dream for the first time in a very long time. Welcome into the 2026 FIFA World Cup on iHeartRadio. My name's Anderson Hurst. I'm joined by former U.S. men's national team member Brad Evans as we take you all the way to kickoff in Mexico City between England and Mexico, the Three Lions and El Tri. Lots of threes going on here. But before we preview this match, let's quickly talk about the earlier match today. It was just a fantastic back and forth affair between Brazil and Norway, and maybe surprising to some people, but if you watch the game, it wasn't surprising in terms of who was the best team. Norway knocks Brazil out, and it's Brazil's first time not going to the quarterfinals since 1990, Brad Evans.
Yeah, that's the fall of Brazil, and it's unfortunate to see. I think that yellow jersey speaks to so many throughout the world. I went when I was 14, and it taught me the love of soccer, the passion. I had never seen anything like it before. I owe a lot to that trip, and it made me kind of fall in love. It's probably my second team that I support, and so for them to see them go out is disappointing, but to see them go out in the way they did is even more disappointing.
Yeah.
I was always a fan because they always just used to try stuff, try it on the field, play the beautiful game. That's why. And you just don't see it from Brazil, and you didn't see it today. But Norway's game plan was absolutely perfect. You just limit your chances. You have to have a little luck in this tournament, and they certainly did. It's a fantastic PK save. Goals change games. And then a breakaway from Endrick doesn't convert after just coming on the field, too. Feeling that pressure coming on the field. And then Holland, bam, bam, 80th, 90th minute, and then it was game over. And he was fantastic. Ball swung in from the left flank, right-footed, and just gets up. And, I mean, if there's ever being posterized in soccer, that was that moment against Gabriel.
Yeah.
And then the 90th minute, I'm not sure how on the top of the box, you know that Holland is 99.999% left-footed. You know it's coming from his left foot. Both center backs kind of drop off. No one steps, puts it between the legs and into the far post, and off they go. They concede a penalty, but at that point, it was too little, too late for Brazil.
Yeah, just kind of a sad moment, as you mentioned before, for Brazil, but it's elation for Norway. They move on to the quarterfinals in what is Haaland's debut at this World Cup. He is showing out on the biggest stage, and efficiency is kind of the name of his game. Talk about efficient. Norway has now tied the Jets and Giants for the most playoff wins in that stadium during that time. That, of course, the MetLife Stadium is both of their home stadiums, so that tells you how much success.
Well, talking about efficiency,
yeah,
53 caps for Holland, 60 goals. I don't think there's any other player on the planet that's close to that. Maybe it's a goal every other game, but for him, 60 and 53 is ridiculous. And that is not an easy qualification.
Not at all.
You have to go through Europe.
Yeah.
Right? All of Europe, and you have to play in the Euros. It's not easy for a Norwegian side, and for him, he's just probably the most pure goal scorer. I mean, possibly that's ever played the game. I'm not sure how it gets much better than that with the limited touches.
Yeah.
I would love to know his touches per 90
goal ratio.
Goals.
Yeah.
It's incredible.
Yeah, he does it in a different way than we've really ever seen before. And I was mentioning this to you before we went on the air. It almost feels like, a lot of these superstar players, whether it's Mbappe, Kane, Messi, Ronaldo, even Vinny, if you want to throw him into that at this point in time, they dominate the game almost at all facets of the attack, whether it's taking people on, providing assists, involving your teammates, and
controlling the tempo of a game.
Exactly, and Haaland, like you said, rarely touches the ball. So having him be able to just I guess the key word I keep going back to is be so efficient with almost every touch he gets ends up being a goal.
It's incredible. It is something I have never, ever seen before. I mean, I liken it almost to like back in my youth club days. Another team would have already at 14 like a 6'4" striker, and they would score 4 goals, and there's nothing we could do
Just
about
because
it.
he was too physical.
But
for
he couldn't
everyone.
really. I mean, it didn't look like he really knew how to play the game.
Right.
But they would just score goals,
Yeah.
put him in front of the net, and somehow
Totally.
his ability to put the ball in the back of the net is world class.
Oh man, well,
It's fun to watch.
Yeah, it is. It is very fun to watch. It's a different way.
It's different, yeah.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
you're used to the grace of someone who can do all facets of the game and the beautiful game, so to speak. And he's not that. He's very much like, I'm going to physically dominate you and I'm going to score.
But what I love about it is it's both sides of the ball too. He's saying, play the ball in long. I'm going to battle. I want to battle, and he is. I wish every striker could watch him and how he uses his body and lines up the center back to either win the ball, bring it down on his chest. But if he feels any sort of pressure, he just gets his left or right arm out. He spins, takes the defender out of the play, ball bounces right in front of him, and then all of a sudden he's in on goal. I love it. He's almost like an old school striker at this point.
Yeah.
Where just swinging the ball, I'll get up and challenge. So hungry, he's got a nose for goal.
But he can also run in behind, too.
And he's fast.
Oh, my God, yeah.
He's an actual Viking.
Yeah.
He's the closest thing, I think, on the planet to an actual Viking.
Well, that makes sense. He plays for Norway then. So, all right, let's set up this round of 16 match between Mexico and England. Of course, the winner of this match will play against Norway in the quarterfinal. So let's take a quick look at our knockout stage bracket. It's brought to you by the Home Depot. Upgrade your FIFA World Cup 2026 setup. Build it like Beckham from living room to lawn with the Home Depot and take the fast free delivery assist. The Home Depot, official FIFA World Cup 2026 supporter, subject to availability. As I mentioned, we're into the round of 16 now. Norway moving on at the spot right above this match here today. So they are waiting the winner of this match, Mexico or England. Are England going to get revenge on their Mexico City woes? Like I said, last time they played here in the World Cup was Diego Maradona's goal of the century and then the hand of God in the World Cup semifinals in 1986. Argentina, Egypt play each other. Switzerland, Colombia also play each other. This is the round of 16 matchups. France and Morocco have both moved on. They will face in the quarterfinals. And then, of course, USA, Belgium's tomorrow and Portugal, Spain tomorrow. A fantastic full day of action on Monday for the right to play each other in the round of, the quarterfinals. That sets up this one. Let's take a look at our lineups. It's brought to you by Fox One. The excitement of the FIFA World Cup is now streaming live on Fox One, the official English streaming platform to catch every unforgettable moment. Fox One brings the action straight to your screen so you never miss a goal. Download Fox One and experience the FIFA World Cup live. Brad Evans, who is England putting out there today?
Well, you have Jordan Pickford once again in goal, starting left to right, 4-2-3-1. Did I hear a grunt there?
Maybe.
I think so, too. We'll talk about it. O'Reilly at left back, Gahey, Konsa, Kwanzaa, Declan Rice, and Anderson will sit as your pivots there. Gordon on the left, Bellingham as your 10, Saka on the right, and of course Harry Kane up top, who is an absolute goal scoring machine. But I'm with you with Pickford. I mean, I watch him on a weekly basis, and he's always due for a howler.
Oh, my God.
And I think they're just hoping and praying that it doesn't happen tonight because his distribution with his feet just isn't up to par for me. But they see something in him, whether it's his experience, his leadership. Maybe he's great in the locker room. I mean, he's still a fantastic goalkeeper. But at this level, what England needs is they need shutouts.
Yeah.
And especially in Mexico against this team, it's going to be really hard to keep a Mexican team off the score sheet.
Yeah, and Mexico will put them under a lot of pressure. That's what they like to do. So this is going to be an interesting matchup because obviously if you look at, and we'll get to Mexico's lineup in just a second, but if you look at the full starting 11s, England mashes them out of the water in terms of talent. But as we've known, U.S. men's national team fans, it is near impossible to beat Mexico in Mexico City. So who are Mexico putting out there? You got Rangel in goal, somewhat of a goalkeeper controversy themselves, but he's been fantastic. Of course, Mexico has yet to concede a goal in this tournament so far. Gallardo, Vasquez, Montez, and Sanchez as your back four. Looks like it'll be a 4-3-3, so three midfielders will be Romo, Lira, and Mora. Of course, surprising being left out is Edson Alvarez here, so that'll be something to monitor. You got Quinones, Raul Jimenez, Jimenez and Alvarado as your front three, who have all three of those guys have been really performing well for the Mexican national team.
Well,
so
I think
far.
still the highlight is Mora. I mean, he worked his way into this lineup, and his
17-year-old.
performance, 17 years old, to come into a World Cup and now to play again at Azteca with
England.
that jersey on your back, against England. Does he? He doesn't understand what is happening right now.
No.
He really doesn't. He has no idea about he hasn't lived the history.
This is just
right?
a soccer
This
match
is
for him.
this is a plus for him and amazing exposure for him. He has been such a highlight, and it's so refreshing to watch these youngsters in the tournament just go out and play and have fun. And he truly is doing that. Yes, he's playing in front of a home crowd every single game, but I don't think it would matter where he was playing in the world with this Mexican team. He's having so much joy. Yeah. He's got the freedom to, 4-3-3 might start on the left, but he's going to end up on the right. He'll be on the top of the box for defensive corner kicks. He'll be the outlet to get the attack started for Mexico. He's a tiny little kid. And, 135 pounds he's listed at. So, he's probably 125. Yeah. He's just having a blast, and it's really fun to see. But Quiñones, we asked a lot of questions of him early on. Did he still have it? And he steps up and really provides. And he's a guy that just seems to not age. He's on the opposite side of the spectrum. He's closing in on 30. He's a bit of a career journeyman around Liga MX, which a lot of players are in Liga MX. They tend to move quite a bit. But for him, a lot of responsibility on his shoulders, and it'll be about service into Raul Jimenez, who plays more like Holland probably than any other striker. Just a big, burly striker, willing to put his head anywhere.
Goals, man.
He's got the fracture still on his head from a couple years ago, whatever it is. He'll play through anything. He'll run through a wall. Yep. And always exciting to watch him on the pitch. But most importantly, I think it'll be weather. It was a weather delay, but it's also 66 degrees there. Yeah. And raining. It's a perfect opportunity for England's got to be licking their chops, and someone said a prayer somewhere, because it could be the complete opposite, right? It could be 90 degrees and 80% humidity, but they've got a little saving grace with the weather tonight that will benefit them quite a bit.
Especially with this elevation, could make a huge difference for England, who is, of course, more used to the colder, rainier weather. Let's come back. Let's preview this match a little more tactically, including our players to watch. You're listening to the 2026 FIFA World Cup on iHeartRadio.
Don't you wish your FIFA World Cup takes the global stage from June 11th through July 19th on Fox 1, the official English streaming platform of FIFA World Cup 2026. Stream all 104 matches live and get closer to the action with a personalized viewing experience built around you. Choose up to 4 streams with multi-view, catch highlights before jumping into the action, get live stats in real time, and replay key plays instantly. Experience the FIFA World Cup live on Fox 1. Watch 3 days free. For details, visit Fox.com. Offers are subject to change. See Fox 1 for complete terms and conditions.
This is Lele Pons from Suite 305 with Lele Pons. Game day at my house, it's chaos, but in a fun way. The TV's ready, the remotes are ready, the kids' toys are going off, and somehow everybody needs batteries at the exact same time. That's why I keep Duracell stocked. And Duracell just released limited edition Duracell and Messi battery packs. The design is inspired by Messi's iconic left leg tattoo. So every battery feels like it comes with an extra kick. From the TV remote to automatic corkscrew, Duracell keeps us game day ready. Duracell double and AAA batteries are the only ones built different with power boost ingredients for long-lasting performance you can trust. Find the limited edition Duracell and Messi batteries in stores at Lowe's and Walmart or on Amazon.
For adults with Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms, every choice matters. Tremfya offers self-injection or intravenous infusion from the start. Tremfya is administered as injections under the skin or infusions through a vein every 4 weeks, followed by injections under the skin every 4 or 8 weeks. If your doctor decides that you can self-inject Tremfya, proper training is required. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions, increased risk of infections or lower ability to fight them, and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or need a vaccine. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
Upgrade your FIFA World Cup 2026 viewing experience. Build it like Beckham from the living room to the lawn with the Home Depot. Create a box seating experience with flowers for pops of color surrounding your pitch, the smell of grilled favorites, and a freshly painted fence sporting your team's colors. Fast free delivery is your home field advantage with charcoal, string lights, or whatever the game calls for right to your door. A clean assist. Build it like Beckham for match day. The Home Depot, official FIFA World Cup 2026 supporter. Subject to availability.
Toyota's 4th of July sales event ends Monday. Shop Toyota's 21 hybrid and electrified models like Corolla Hybrid and Camry. Low APR on all EVs like 1.99% on the CHR or 0% APR plus finance cash on BZ. Toyota, let's go places. Click the banner or visit toyota.com for details.
Welcome back to iHeartRadio's coverage of the 2026 FIFA World Cup. We are finally nearing kickoff between England and Mexico. Of course, we did endure an hour-long delay. It looks like we will be kicking off around 6 o'clock Pacific time, 9 o'clock Eastern time. This has been a highly anticipated matchup for a while, ever since the bracket came out, and we saw that this was a possibility, nigh a probability between England and Mexico in Mexico City, the first time England played there since 1986 when they got knocked out by Argentina. Let's break this one down a little bit tactically, Brad. Obviously, you have the delay. How important is it? What's your process as a coach, as a team, to go through knowing that you have to kind of shift your schedule a little bit, as all these players, I'm sure, are used to routines?
Well, I think early in the day, you kind of get a sense of where the weather's at, possible delay, and the teams didn't start warming up and then have to go back into the locker room. I've done that a number of times. That's the worst case scenario.
The worst, yeah.
And so for this team, they'll spend a little bit of extra time in the locker room, making sure they stay focused. You don't want to you just don't want to be on your feet, number one. So you just try to stay focused the best you can. A little extra treatment goes a long way. I don't think they're reading too much into it as a professional. You're taught to handle every situation, and you know when you go to a place like Mexico City, you're going to get weather, right? And all throughout this country, we've seen it, but specifically down there, the storms come in and out pretty rapidly. So for them, you're prepared. You flew in early. I mean, we saw, I don't know if anybody has seen videos of the Mexican fans outside their hotel just blasting music, chanting, spraying fireworks all night, trying to have any advantage to keep this English team on the ropes. And they're going to need it. It's a very, very good England side. Tactically, England is well set up to advance in this tournament. But I still think Mexico, with the crowd behind them, and they are so crafty that it's going to surprise England quite a bit in this game.
Well, there's always a lot of talk, and we talked about earlier in our broadcast the U.S. being taken seriously on the big stage, and a lot of what was keeping that from happening was European teams, South American teams would always, mostly European teams, would always give the U.S. crap for losing to Mexico, especially in Mexico City. Now they're going to get a little taste of how hard it is to do, especially in this stadium against this team. Mexico's never lost a game in this stadium at the World Cup, and this is the third World Cup that they have hosted. So that tells you how hard it is to beat Mexico on their home turf.
Look, it's a very, very difficult place to play anywhere in the world, but in Mexico City is extremely hard. With the Sounders, we played against Club America there. We thought we had them on the ropes, and then all of a sudden the altitude hits, the air quality hits, and they just are able to turn it on. And there's something to be said about walking into that stadium that just feels different. It's like Ajax of Amsterdam. When you walk in, you know you're in this cathedral of greats who have stepped on that pitch.
Pele, Maradona.
Very, very similar. And you know what you're getting into. And every player that plays there, especially if you're Mexican, you kind of wear this badge of honor. And that's why it's such an honor to play for Club America, because that is the holy grail of soccer stadiums around the world. There's really only a handful of them, and that's definitely one of them. But it speaks volumes because Mexico hasn't been scored on in this tournament down in Mexico. And 3 of the 4 games were played in Azteca, I think. It really has become a home fortress. Look, I've played against Mexico twice, one in New York and one at the Rose Bowl. We lost both times. Honestly, it doesn't matter where you play this team. It is a very difficult task. and they will make you run. They'll be shifty, not as bad as Paraguay on the game tactics that we saw last
Feels like
night.
less so than in years past with this Mexican
For
team.
sure, a bit more disciplined,
Yes.
and I think that's good for this team
Yes.
because they have the technical and the speed and the talent to do it. And now if you add in the composure and the spatial awareness on the field and the level-headedness, that'll take you far in a tournament.
Let's get our players to watch. Brought to you by Fox One. The excitement of the FIFA World Cup is now streaming live on Fox One, the official English streaming platform to catch every unforgettable moment. Fox One brings the action straight to your screen so you never miss a goal. Download Fox One and experience the FIFA World Cup live. Brad, who you got?
Jude Bellingham, I think for me, he has to make everything tick, and he's going to come up against a side that is going to try everything to disrupt him and get inside of his head, and he's got to keep a level head. If you're a number 10, you have to be the best player on the pitch for your team. Harry Kane's going to get all the credit with the goals, but Bellingham has to control the pace of the game. He just set a record, the youngest European player to appear at 4 major international tournaments in this one. Euro 2020s, World Cup 2022, Euro 24, and now this World Cup.
Wow.
Got the experience. He's a young talent still, but for him, this is a huge moment on his shoulders to lead his side playing as a number 10.
I'm looking at the 17-year-old Gilberto Mora. I mean, this is as big of a moment as it gets in Mexican soccer. We just talked about how big the game on Monday is for the U.S. This is that and more so for the Mexican soccer. So having a 17-year-old, literally just the only guy that's been starting a game that is younger than him at the World Cup, someone named Pele, I think he's pretty good. So anytime you're in a conversation with that guy, I mean, you're doing something right. So I'm really interested to see how he takes on this stage, because it's one thing playing at the World Cup, it's another thing at this stage against this team with these stakes. So I'm very interested to see how that ends up playing out. We'll come back. We'll get our keys to the match here as we're nearing kickoff in Mexico City between Mexico and England. You're listening to the 2026 FIFA World Cup on iHeartRadio.
Natrol is the #1 drug-free sleep aid brand. It'll make you feel like the #1 sleeper in the world. So make Natrol your #1 choice for sleep. Nielsen lasted 52 weeks. Week ended 3/28/26. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Q2 results are coming down to the wire here, Bill. Will Morgan's ad campaign perform?
Oh, she's in trouble, Tom. She's trying to manage all her live sports ad buys across different platforms.
This could be a disaster.
Wait. She's switching to the trade desk.
She's now reaching more major leagues and networks in one platform.
Unbelievable. In my 20 years, I have never seen cross-channel measurements like this.
Look, she's shifting spin where it's having the most impact.
Incredible performance, Todd. Now that's how you win big with live sports on the trade desk.
Support is available 24/7 with VerboCare. We're here day or night, ready whenever you need help. Because a great trip starts with the right support.
Mom, I'm heading out.
You're wearing shorts? It's freezing. And where's your coat?
I'm good. Bye, Mom.
Does your tween care more about looking cool than staying warm? Time to talk to their doctor about HPV vaccination to help protect them against certain HPV-related cancers before exposure. For most people, HPV clears on its own. But for those who don't clear the virus, it can cause certain cancers later in life. Why wait to vaccinate? Learn more at hpv.com. Sponsored by Merck.
Drew and Sue and M&M's Minis. And baking the surprise birthday cake for Lou. And Sue forgetting that her oven doesn't really work. And Drew remembering that they don't have flour. And Lou getting home early from work, which he never does. And Drew and Sue using the rest of the tubes of M&M's Minis as party poppers instead.
I think this is one of those moments where people say, it's the thought that counts.
M&M's, it's more fun together.
When you donate at CSL Plasma, you help create life-saving medicines, and you get up to $800 your first month donating, just in time for match nights and cheering with friends. Donate plasma and help save lives at CSL Plasma. Reward varies by location and is subject to change without notice.
She's been thinking about this sleepover all week, but I think about her food allergies all the time. Fortunately, her doctor prescribed Xolair, omalizumab. It's proven to significantly reduce allergic reactions if a food allergy accident happens.
Xolair 150 milligrams is a prescription medication used to treat food allergy in people 1 year of age and older to reduce allergic reactions due to accidental exposure to one or more foods. While taking Xolair, you should continue to avoid all foods to which you are allergic. Don't use if you are allergic to Xolair. Xolair may cause a severe, life-threatening allergic reaction called anaphylaxis. Tell your doctor if you ever had anaphylaxis. Get help right away if you have trouble breathing or if you have swelling of your throat or tongue. Xolair should not be used for the emergency treatment of allergic reactions, including anaphylaxis. Xolair is for maintenance use to reduce allergic
Guys,
reactions.
we're in a weather delay.
While avoiding
9
food
o'clock
allergies.
Eastern,
Serious side
6
effects such as
o'clock
cancer,
Pacific,
fever, muscle aches,
England,
rash,
Mexico.
parasitic infection, or heart and circulation problems have been reported. Please see Xolair.com for full prescribing information. Ask an allergist about Xolair. This is an advertisement for Xolair paid for by Genentech and Novartis.
Welcome back to iHeartRadio's coverage of the 2026 FIFA World Cup. We are seeing the images of the national anthems being sung, and boy, are they singing loud in Mexico City right now. We are nearing kickoff between England and Mexico in the round of 16, a huge matchup. Let's get our keys to the match, Brad Evans.
Yeah, for England, it's going to have to be maintain possession of the ball. I mean, much like the U.S. tomorrow, against this Mexico side, they're going to be playing on pure adrenaline. England has to take the sting out of the game. When the ball goes out of bounds, you take an extra 4 or 5 seconds. Let yourself settle into this game by connecting your passes and keeping it simple. And look, when you play with two inverted strikers, you have to get Gordon and Saka involved early. And of course, involving Kwanzaa and O'Reilly has been so good. He's so athletic. Service of the ball, because I think Harry Kane is so savvy. He's going to turn Montez and Vasquez at any moment. And for Mexico, it's just play up to the moment. Use the crowd, use the passion, speed up the game whenever you can. Fight for every single ball. No ball is too far. No header is too tall. Leave everything you have to on the pitch.
Yeah, for England, you got to get Harry Kane involved. I know Jude Bellingham's been kind of the guy, as you said, to make things tick as of now, but they're much better when Harry Kane is touching the ball more often. Unlike Erling Haaland, right? We talked about how he doesn't need very many touches to score. Harry Kane is kind of the opposite of that. He likes to get involved in the game, drop deeper, spray passes.
Get the ball.
Exactly, right? So that's where I feel like he is more effective. But man, this has been one of the more anticipated matchups. I cannot wait to get back out to Mexico City. The first 45 minutes is coming up next. We'll talk to you guys at halftime. Mexico versus England coming up next. You're listening to the 2026 FIFA World Cup on iHeartRadio.
You've been listening to our pre-match coverage of the FIFA World Cup 2026 on iHeartRadio. Fox's play-by-play coverage of today's match is coming up next.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
Peter Bogdanovich is a man of many talents. Peter Bogdanovich burst upon the film world.
Bogdanovich is best known as a director of films like The Last. Peter Bogdanovich helped change the way movies were made, starting with his first hit in 1971, The Last Picture Show.
Thought you might want to go to the picture show. Yeah, might as well go.
At age 31, he became one of the hottest directors in Hollywood.
All his life, he has wanted to make movies, and he did.
His self-confidence. He knew what he wanted to do.
Now, this movie fan is a successful director.
Peter's career was kind of the ultimate triumph of the film critic, film nerd, film buff.
And he liked being in love.
Peter and I, we were the first unmarried couple on the cover of People magazine. Oh, horrors.
You have her, you have 4 pictures in a row that make
people hated us.
A guy has to learn to hate you.
But Peter's success did not last.
I made a lot of mistakes, but we're starting again now.
And just as he was on his way back up,
She fell in love with another man.
The happiest girl in the world.
Wait, Dorothy Stratton.
he suffered an unspeakable tragedy.
Playboy magazine's 1980 Playmate of the Year has been found shot to death. And finally, the phone rings. I answered it. It was Hefner. He said 2 words. Dorothy's dead.
It was happening. Said 2 words. Mexico won.
I'm Ben Mankiewicz, your host for The Plot Thickens, a new podcast from Turner Classic Movies.
Each season, we'll bring you an in-depth story about the movies and the people who make them.
Guys, put your predictions in the chat right now. I'm saying
Listen and follow this podcast for
2-1
free on the
Mexico.
iHeartRadio app. Number one for music, radio, and podcasts all in one.
iHeartRadio's World Cup coverage
We'll see if
continues
this works.
as
I'm
we
not
join
slowing
Fox's
down a little
live play-by-play action of
They're
today's
playing like
FIFA
they're on
World Cup
back the last
2026 match. Follow all the exclusive World Cup action on iHeartRadio.
Mexico. Oh, what a privilege to play in this stadium, the Azteca. It's absolutely magnificent. They've been brilliant so far, Mexico, but this is a big test against an England team.
I don't mind telling you, the hairs are standing up on the back of my neck, on my arms. It's
Goosebumps, Azteca, Mexico, England, lot on the line. Round of 16.
England hotel last night. Time for the Azteca to provide its usual combustible atmosphere. You can virtually cut the tension and the atmosphere. It is absolutely raring to go in here. The referee is from Australia. Ali Reza Fagani, he's got a big role to play. And England in possession. Cue the cheers.
Yeah, and a long ball straight away.
We're underway in the Azteca, guys. Let's go.
Yet to concede a goal in this World Cup Finals tournament yet. Underneath the first one. I've got to ask you about the decision to play Jarell Quansah at right back. Oh, and he struggled the last time we saw him there.
Yeah, it's a big call. I mean, but he's played there for Leverkusen. He could do the job, but it's a big ask against Mexico. You could argue their best player, Quinones, in that position. He's a brilliant dribbler.
And I've got to ask you as well about the conditions. It's wet. They tell me that makes it less concerning at altitude. But just walk into the commentary position, you could feel it. So what about the impact on the England players?
Well, you're going to have to see as a player. You know, I'm sure the altitude is going to play a part, but the weather's not going to play a part. And again, we got to make no excuses, Fletch. In this game, you just have to find a way to win.
First flashpoint tonight, Luis Romo is down on the first yellow card for England's Declan Rice. It's certainly a stadium that can get you carried away as a player. It's certainly a stadium where whether you're wearing a green shirt or a white one, you've got to keep yourself in check.
Yeah. I mean, one thing I would say, as a player, it's a privilege to play in the stadium this magnificent, the Azteca, one of the iconic stadiums.
There's the England coach, Thomas Tuchel. Let me give you these facts. The last loss for Mexico in this stadium, 8 years ago against Chile. Their last competitive loss, 13 years ago against Honduras. And the only time they've lost a World Cup match in the Azteca was against Italy, who got all the way to the final against that great Brazil team in 1970. That's an extremely high foot, you know, from Declan Rice.
Yeah. I mean, that could be a big moment in the game. You know, so early on, I think for Declan Rice to get a booking, you know, has a huge part in maybe do you go into certain tackles.
Well, this is the 10th meeting between the countries. England lead the head-to-head 6-2. The only World Cup meeting was the year England won it in 1966. That was a game played at Wembley Stadium, the iconic Azteca, the venue today. A lot's been made about the advantage that Mexico will have here today in terms of the game being played in their own stadium at altitude. To give you context to the height above sea level, if you stack the Empire State Building on its tip 5 times, that's how high it is. It's about 1.5 miles above sea level. Jimenez with the first shooting chance, and the block made there for England by Ezri Konsa. This is Alvarado, and now Jorge Sanchez. Alvarado's been superb in this World Cup at generating opportunities for Mexico. Already assisted on 3 goals in the competition. England have to keep an eye on him, and Mexico will rely a lot on their wide right attacking player.
Alvarado's got a brilliant left foot. Loves to just get it out of his feet and whip it into a dangerous area.
Alvarado gets on the ball again. Nico O'Reilly, the Manchester City defender, has the task of dealing with him. Anthony Gordon was back helping. So was Elliot Anderson. And that's a foul conceded by Jorge Sanchez. England last played here in the 1986 World Cup when Diego Maradona knocked them out using the hand of God. They last played Mexico here in 1985 in a warm-up game for the 86 World Cup, and Mexico won that game by 1-0. And Mexico are a team in form. They've won 7 games in a row and haven't lost any of their last 12 international matches. 4 clean sheets in a row tells you they're very much for real, Owen.
Oh, they've been terrific in this tournament. And they're a proper team, stick together. Maybe don't have the superstars England have, but they're a very good team.
Here's Bukayo Saka just running out of room. Gallardo, the veteran, winning his 127th cap, was over there for Mexico. It's an iconic stadium. 2 World Cup finals have been played here. Pelé was on the winning team in one of them, and Diego Maradona in the other. The Olympic Games of 1968 were also in a stadium steeped in history. What do you think the key areas are tonight on both sides of the ball, Owen?
Well, I think that there's obviously so many. I think that, that Quinones' position on the left-hand side for Mexico, he's been the most dangerous player against Kwanzaa. I think it's a really interesting matchup. I think the midfield matchup, Elliot Anderson, Declan Rice, Jude Bellingham. I think Mexico's midfield's been really good. The young lad, 17 Mora.
What an opportunity for him at the age of 17, and what faith Javier Aguirre must have in him to put him into a match like this.
But he makes good decisions. Chicha was saying he's brave on the ball, even there, turning away from trouble.
Alvarado's got inside for now. He's clearly got the license within this Mexico team to play in the positions where he thinks he can hurt England the most.
You can see England dropping off. They're not going to press, because of the altitude. Maybe just sit in this little compact shape.
Montez, the captain. Alvarado, the creator. And Gahey back there defensively for England. Booz with Bellingham on the ball for the first time. And he wins the free kick for England. Oh, here we go. The referee's got to keep his wits about him.
No, but you don't want him giving silly yellow cards. Just talk to the players. It's a big moment, obviously, for the players, but for the referee as well.
The man in picture there, Eric Lira, the Mexico number 6. Massive day for him. The only player starting for Mexico, born and raised in Mexico City.
Yeah, what an honour. To be fair, he's had a brilliant tournament. Just sits at the base of that midfield, keeps it ticking, doesn't play with much.
The big difference today than the game in 86, made famous by Maradona, there was 114,000 plus supporters in the stadium that day. It's just less than 85,000 at the moment. I can't even begin to imagine what this place is like with 20,000 more in.
Can you imagine? I mean, it really is one of those iconic stadiums. Pure football. The history here is one of a kind.
Over goes Gahey, fouled by Gilberto Mora. The atmosphere, absolutely electric. Mexico's record is remarkable in this stadium in competitive matches. They've played 89 times at the Azteca. They've won 70, drawn 17, and only lost twice. It just shows the size of the task for Thomas Tuchel and the England players, and the kind of confidence and belief that a record like that will give to the Mexican players.
Yeah, but you know what? I think some of those things, they're great stats, but there's an opportunity to break it. This is a privilege, there's pressure, but you got to go embrace it.
I think from an England perspective, this is less about altitude and more about attitude.
Oh, 1,000,000%. It's not about tactics either, Fletch. It's about mindset, it's about mentality. Can you dig in when it's hard? Can you stick together? And can you big players step up? I think Harry Kane and Jude Bellingham stepped up for England this turn, but maybe they need some others too as well.
Here's O'Reilly. Not Bellingham. England looking to get on the move for the first time. Anthony Gordon, who was electric off the bench in the previous round against DR Congo, and England get the corner.
Yeah, he's had a big impact coming from the bench. Huge opportunity for him.
One observation, though, would be they've got to be better from situations like this, England. They weren't good at all against DR Congo when they had corners. Declan Rice's delivery not quite what it is for Arsenal in the previous round of the World Cup.
Yeah, and I do think there is a size advantage for England. There's a lot of big players out there, but the delivery has to be right.
So only one of the England centre-backs have gone in there, Mark Gahey. Esri Konsa has stayed back. And Declan Rice's Arsenal teammate, Bukayo Saka, is out on this side with him.
And Gordon and O'Reilly, are just on the goalkeeper, Rangel, trying to stop him coming to claim it.
And as you can see, all O'Reilly is doing is looking at the goalkeeper. He's not really interested where the ball's going to go at the moment. Saka whips in the England cross, but there's nobody over there to do anything with it. And Gallardo lets it roll out and play for a throw-in. That's Johan Vasquez, who's winning his 50th cap tonight for Mexico. What a night to do it, what a game to do it in. It must be an extremely proud night for him and for his family. Norway waiting for the winners, having knocked out Brazil earlier today.
That might be one of the biggest stats, 34% possession for Brazil. Norway out Brazil. It was actually astonishing. And Erling Haaland, what a performance.
Erling Haaland is sitting back in the team hotel thinking, who's next? I think it's the kind of night, though, this, Owen, from both teams, where the coach says, OK, then go and show me what you've got.
Yeah, well, it hasn't settled down yet, the game. 9 minutes in, a bit of nerves, that's normal. Bit cagey. Neither team really overcommitting. Just feeling your way into the game. Get a feel for the pitch, get a feel for the altitude.
O'Reilly. Now Gordon, who will play football for Barcelona when the new season starts in a few weeks' time. O'Reilly of Manchester City. And this is his City teammate, Cahill. Here's Anderson. He's going to be at Manchester City as well next season. Quansah, what a big it is for the Bayer Leverkusen player at right back. That's good defending by Lira to get his body in front of Jude Bellingham. Can't prevent the throw-in, though. He's hoping he was going to be clipped there, wasn't he, the Mexico number 6?
I think he was hoping the ball would run out, but there was no pace on it. I think that's a matchup for Jude Bellingham. You'd expect him with his physicality. He should be able to win that with Lira.
This is a game, an occasion, a football match that's brought Mexico City to a standstill. It's also brought Mexico as a nation to a standstill. We arrived at the stadium probably about 7 hours ago now, and you could hardly move at that point. The Mexico supporters have been here pretty much all day.
Yeah, I mean, the atmosphere in the city has been absolutely astonishing.
One of the Mexico greats on the left, Hugo Sanchez, who was their star player back in 1986. If there is a Mexico player who scores tonight, then his name will go alongside some of the Mexican greats from days gone by.
Yeah, they might not have the stars, but the star is the team.
Here's Gilberto Mora. Might be a budding star at the age of 17. Intercepted there by O'Reilly. Gordon can't hold on to it for very long. I think the one player that England have to pay special attention to tonight, Julian Quinones, who's been outstanding in the World Cup in terms of scoring goals. He's looked like Mexico's best player.
He's so explosive, so quick, and he's brave. Loves to dribble, run at defenders. England are quite passive at the moment.
Alvarado's pass forward, and that's going to skid through to the England goalkeeper, Jordan Pickford, who plays his 17th World Cup match for England tonight, which ties him with Peter Shilton, the goalkeeper from the Maradona game in '86 for the most all-time as an England goalkeeper. Here's Jude Bellingham and now Nico O'Reilly. Don't forget, tomorrow on Fox is a huge day. Starts with Portugal against Spain, followed by the US taking on Belgium in the round of 16. Coverage starts at 2 p.m. Eastern, 11 a.m. Pacific.
They're very focused, England, on this left-hand side. And the ball's been on the right-hand side very much at all.
It's interesting, Thomas Tuchel's tried all kinds of things to get them ready for altitude. That's not a bad ball through to Saka. He needed a better touch. He got in behind them there.
It was better than not bad. It was an absolute brilliant ball. Okay, he plays it brilliant. What a run from Saka. That touch has got to be better. Just drop it dead.
Or do you lift it first time?
No, that would have
goalkeeper's in no man's land.
Yeah, but it probably would have been too hard, Fledge. Take a touch. He had space. He had time.
Gallardo giving chase and winning the chase on that side and winning the corner. Well, in fact, he's given the goal kick. That's not going to go down well in here. Let's have a look. I think Bukayo Saka got away with one, don't you?
Yeah, he did, yeah.
Yeah, so they've been drinking beetroot juice, we're told, and taking caffeine tablets, which they may well do during the match break. They've also taken one or two other bits and bobs that we can't necessarily speak about, but they have tried all kinds of things to make sure they can deal with the altitude, or at least limit the effects.
No, it's all in your mind, Fletch. All in your mind. Make no excuses. They're prepared, they've played all season, they're fit, they're healthy. I mean, they make little details, but they don't make the difference.
Montes. Alvarado. Anthony Gordon not quite able to get there, and now this is Johan Vasquez.
That's maybe one difference to Marcus Rashford. Gordon's probably a little bit more aggressive in terms of that pressing.
Let's be honest, it's the right decision. Rashford was poor against DR Congo, and Gordon changed the game when he came on. Tuchel had no choice, really.
No, I mean, but to be fair, he does make an impact from the bench, so there is that. We've seen that throughout the tournament.
Here's Jorge Sanchez. Now Roberto Alvarado in towards Jimenez! Brilliant save by Pickford. What a save that is. Jimenez was convinced he scored. That's one of the saves of the tournament.
Wow. What a brilliant ball from Alvarado. How does he get that time? What's a header? Brilliant save from Pickford. On this wet pitch, skidding off the deck. Strong hand to it. What a delivery from Alvarado. You can see why he's got 3 assists.
Outstanding save from Jordan Pickford. The stats tell you Jimenez has scored more goals past Pickford than any other Premier League goalkeeper that he comes up against. But Pickford won the battle there. In goes the Mexico corner, and it's an England head that flicks it behind for another one.
Yeah, but if you're Thomas Tuchel, you'd be worried that Alvarado's got 3 assists, and he gets time and space to get his head up and just whip the ball in with no pressure. We saw Erling Haaland, no pressure on the ball, brilliant delivery, and you can attack the ball.
Jimenez patiently waits. Alvarado delivers. Harry Kane heads away for England. This is Raul Rangel, who's been outstanding in goal for Mexico right the way through the tournament to this point. Early indications are in after 16 minutes that this is going to be a tight game.
Yeah. Yeah, I think Mexico showed they're a very good team. Compact. Don't give up many mistakes. They can play when they get chances, and they're clinical.
Quinones with the pass forward. Gallardo gives chase. The offside flag had stayed down there, so it's going to be a throw into England deep in their own territory. The last match this is going to be played in the Azteca, and hasn't it been a wonderful host?
Oh. I mean, this stadium's that good. The final could be, couldn't it?
I've never heard you say to me since you retired, and we worked together a lot, that I want to get my boots back on and get out there and play. That's what this stadium has made you feel today.
Honestly, I wish I could play. Such a privilege, this, such an opportunity as a player.
Quinones up against Conser. That's such a big battle over there. The ball's still in. Over goes Saka. Free kick to England.
He does that so well, Saka.
Let's go, England, Mexico. Get fired up. Let's go.
I think that what got us started in here was at about 5:30. Based on the kickoff time, was supposed to be 6 o'clock local time, so 5:30 local time. The man in charge of the music played Don't Look Back in Anger by Oasis, which the England supporters sang every word of, and the Mexico supporters booed every word of that song. He then flip-flopped between Mexican songs and English songs. There's the Pickford save again. That's absolutely brilliant from him.
Yeah, and great positioning as well, which allows him to make the save. But the Mexican fans have been brilliant.
It seems like there's going to be a concerted effort from England to get the ball from back to front as quickly as they can today.
Well, especially with Jordan Pickford's kicking, he can kick the ball so long. I mean, Harry Kane wants to be a field goal kicker. I think Jordan Pickford probably could. How far he kicks it, it's a good weapon for England to have.
This is Esri Konsa of Aston Villa. Jarell Quansah. And now Elliot Anderson. Over to Declan Rice. Got the best of passes by Anderson. Here's Jimenez. That's the centre-back Vasquez stepping in. And then clipped forward by Luis Romo. Out there to the danger man, Quinones. Give and go to Mora. Promising this for Mexico. That's a good block by Rice. He certainly doesn't lack for confidence at the age of 17, does he?
You're not wrong. 17. He looks brilliant. He's got courage to play. Chicharito made a great point in the studio before the game. He makes the right decision at the right time. That's very rare for such a young kid. But he's got courage to play, and he's smart.
He's the youngest player since the great Pelé to start a knockout game in the World Cup finals. Made his Mexico debut as a 16-year-old back in 2025, and he's starting his third game in a row. That's the foul on Jude Bellingham.
Now the two physical centre-backs from Mexico, Montes and Vasquez. Just love the way they play, old school. So cagey, isn't it? England haven't got going.
I think it's very important from an England perspective that Anderson and Rice can get some semblance of control in central midfield, which hasn't happened yet.
Well, Elliot Anderson's the only one in there.
There's the speed of Gordon against Sanchez down this side. It's a brilliant Gordon run. And it's really good defending coming across by Lira to get him behind for an England call-out.
If you look at that there, it looks like Gordon's got the beating of Sanchez. Just run him down the line. Really well done from Lira.
Seems to be obvious to the naked eye as well that England are slowing the game down. They're taking their time over set pieces. There's probably various reasons for that tonight. Altitude, the occasion, the way Mexico are going about their work. It's a bit of experience being shown by the England players in that regard. Bellingham and others wait in the box. This time it's straight in from Declan Rice, and it's headed away by the Mexico defenders.
I mean, that would be, I think, the England players' advantage. You know, think about some of the Champions League games they've played, the tournament games they've played. They've been deep in competition, so they have big game experience. Obviously, Mexico have the home support and the altitude as an advantage, but England have the big game players.
Darkness descending on Mexico City. The magnificent Azteca Stadium lit up here. The green shirts of Mexico, the white shirts of England. The business end of the 2026 World Cup finals.
You know, Thomas Tuchel's not happy with that throw from Nico O'Reilly. It's the second one he just threw straight out. I don't mind where he's throwing it, but there needs to be people there.
Montes, the captain who was sent off in the opening game against South Africa, but he's back in the team. That's headed away by Concert for England, helped on by Anderson. Bellingham just moving Lira to one side, but he's a real tiger to number 6 in central midfield. That's superb from him.
What a brilliant turn. That's a tough matchup for him. He's given up a lot of size, but he was strong.
Feels like the kind of occasion as well where the Mexico players will grow by 20% just based on where they are, who they're playing, and what it feels like in here.
Yeah, that's a great point. I think England are probably thinking, get to that first hydration break.
Anderson steps in and hits the referee, so the game will have to stop. Quinones is on the ground. We're going to be back after this short match break as we see Jude Bellingham trying a bit of skill. The big moment, though, was that save from the England goalkeeper, Jordan Pickford. Quite magnificent. The header from Jimenez is into the bottom corner, but somehow the Everton goalkeeper, the England goalkeeper, gets across to make the save.
The things that make us...
Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
Can I help you? Yes, I need to have an officer call me. My daughter is missing.
On July 24th, 2016, 23-year-old Kaylee Sawyer vanished from her small Oregon town.
Had to be something reasonable. It didn't even cross my mind that there was anything other than just something explainable.
But the story of who killed her and how takes wild twists and turns.
I killed a woman.
A second woman kidnapped.
And then that's when he just started basically yelling at me to start driving. He's like, I need to get out of here. He's like, I just killed somebody.
A dramatic carjacking.
I yelled for help, and he said, I'll shoot you, and I yelled for help again, and he shot me.
A high-speed police chase and a murderer's disturbing urge to kill.
Do you think he would have become a serial killer had he had the chance?
I think so.
It just baffles me that somebody can just take someone's life.
The most evil person you've ever met. Why ask? How can
Urge to Kill, a new podcast from KGW News and Vault Studios.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one.
So, 0-0 here. Let's try and listen in to Thomas Tuchel's chat here. Perfect illustration there that it's not just a hydration break, a match break, it's also an opportunity for coaches like Tuchel to try and impart a little bit of wisdom. He's seen now 22 and a half minutes of this match, so he's seen things that he hopes England can capitalise on. Fascinating insight down there.
Yeah, it's a brilliant opportunity, I think, from a coaching perspective, to get some detail into your players. You've watched the game for 25 minutes, you've seen how the teams are both set up. Down there between the coach of Mexico and England's Jude Bellingham. There he is, green tie, the Mexico suit. Javier Aguirre played against England in this stadium in the match in 1985 and captained them against England in Los Angeles the following year. He's going to step down after this tournament, and Rafa Marquez, the great Mexican player, is going to replace him. That ball didn't go out. Gordon shoots, and Rankel gets down to make his first save. Well, he looks in the mood, Anthony Gordon. Just a long ball from Pickford. I mean, that could have been out there, but a brilliant touch from Gordon. He's on his own, so he has to have the shot in between the legs of Montez. That's a free kick to England. The foul there by Raul Jimenez. There, the statistics that Mexico have made the better start. No, England, they've been quite direct. Again, there, Nico O'Reilly. Maybe Thomas Tuchel doesn't think it's a day for brilliant football. Just find a way to get the job done. Jimenez runs into Anderson. Mora was in there to help out. That's the header by Lira. Quinones runs into Joel Quansah. Got there nice and quickly for England. Esri Quansah's pass to Harry Kane. Lira's picking up some really good positions at the base of that midfield. Got to say, the three Tigers in there, aren't they? Eric Lira, Gilberto Mora, and Luis Romo. Yeah. They're determined to win that battle. Well, they're winning the battle against the 100 million pound midfield players at the moment. Here's Alvarado. It was good play from Bellingham to spot the danger and then have the ability to glide away, although he's run into Sanchez and lost it. Here's Mora. And Anderson can see that behind. That's a good idea for Mora. Sanchez just looked over the wrong shoulder. Thought it was going to come, or he thought Moore might take another touch.
What a big night it is for Thomas Tuchel. Never lost a competitive match as the England coach. Anderson. Sanchez was waiting for Bellingham. He got the ball. He got some of the player. Both of them injured in the collision. I don't think it's a game for the faint-hearted.
No, and Lira is fired up, that's for sure. He's firing into tackles left, right and centre. That's what it needs, though. It needs emotion. You need to be physical. You got to win your battles. Sanchez and Jude Bellingham coming together, that's fine. It looks like they got a bit more energy.
I think that's the circumstances. I think this altitude is genuine. I think a lot of teams have come here and they think they're going to be okay, but reality strikes, particularly in the second half when you start to get tired. I think the England coach in particular has to use his substitutes very wisely in this match.
It's real. I walked up, just a little walk up to the commentary position, and I was out of breath, which amazed me.
Way forward there by Romo, headed away by Quansah, picked up now by Saka, who lost his footing. Just look at the moment, England, like they can't find any rhythm. And that's down to the way Mexico are playing.
Well, they've got some brilliant players, but they've got to get on the ball. They haven't knitted 5 or 10 passes together. Got in Mexico's half. And you can see Mexico quite comfortable because look how hard the fullbacks are getting. Only the 2 centre-backs, Montez and Vasquez, are back.
Gallardo's cross. Quansah there for England. Then Anderson. Rice can't keep it in.
We've seen a few of those where the pitch is wet, the ball's skidding out.
That's good from Quinones to keep the ball under pressure from Elliot Anderson. Montez, the captain. Roma. Here's Alvarado. When it goes to Vasquez. This is good football, controlled football from Mexico. Off goes Mora, who at the moment, Owen, looks like the best player on the pitch.
He doesn't look the youngest, that's for certain.
Quinones took it well. Romo, shooting chance for him.
I've seen him already score 1. They're winning all the second balls. They have no pressure. This is quite badly, really. But I think they'll be very, very content. Mexico played very well.
Flicked on by Jude Bellingham. Here's Anthony Gordon. It's a lovely turn again from Lira. He's having quite a game in central midfield, the Mexico City man.
Oh, he should have got a foul. He's been brilliant. In and out of possession.
They do look at least a yard quicker at the moment, the Mexican players.
I just don't think England are trying to get on the ball enough. You know, they got to relax and get on the ball, take this thing out of the game from the crowd. You only do that by keeping possession. See how deep Elliot Anderson and Declan Rice are. Let the centre-backs do that job. Get into the middle of the park.
Saka challenged over there by Jesus Gallardo. Controlled on that side by Quinones.
interesting how deep Alvarado comes here. England got to get to him. He's got too good of a left foot to be given that space.
Great confidence again from young Mora. Good challenge though by O'Reilly. Here's Alvarado. And now Lira.
Now they're controlling the tempo. Lira looks like he's got the freedom of the pitch. I think the only thing for Mexico, they can't get Quinones into the game. He's the danger man.
Jorge Sanchez. Roberto Alvarado. It's the Mexico team dominating the ball at the moment against England. Vasquez given lots of space to carry the ball into and then cross towards Jimenez, but it's not a very good ball from a central defender, and seen out by Gordon.
Maybe that's the plan for England. Get through these stages, get to the first hydration break, get to half-time. Try and hang in there.
O'Reilly slowing things down again. Don't forget James Corden and the After Hours crew will be on Fox tonight for another nightly wrap of today's World Cup action. With special guests as well. That's at Fox at midnight local. I notice you've not called me Fletcher commentary since they got into your ribs a couple of games ago. Here's Eric Lira. I don't think anybody's covered more ground than he has in the opening 35 minutes. Quinones, Romo.
It's really interesting because Mexico is so dominant and the fullbacks are so high. It allows the wingers to come inside.
Here's Alvarado to Sanchez, the right back well forward down the right, supported again by Alvarado. Montez. Now Vasquez. Gallardo is well forward on the left-hand side and making the pitch very wide for Mexico. That's clipped in towards Jimenez, who's got the other side of Gahey. And he threw his leg out at the ball, trying to get the touch to take it past Pickford, but couldn't reach it.
Yeah, it was a good ball from Vasquez, similar to that one from Gahey into Saka.
Great run from Declan Rice. Carries the ball a long way. Bukayo Saka. Takes on Gallardo and crosses. Free header 1-0. England lead. Jude Bellingham in the Azteca. Mexico have been the better team. England strike first. Bellingham reigns in the Azteca reign, and England, against the run of play, lead Mexico 1-0.
Yeah, and it's just a good bit of football. I said before, have the courage, get the ball down and play. Saka gets into a really good position. Good driving run from Declan Rice. 1v1 Saka. It's a great ball, standing up the back post. Jude makes that run off the midfield. And I said with his physicality, he's got to get in there. And he gets ahead of Sanchez, running off Lira. What a brilliant ball from Saka with his Rico right. Just stands it up. Free header from Jude Bellingham.
Well, they're pointing fingers at each other, the Mexican players. Sanchez immediately turned round and was saying, well, why has that been left to me?
Well,
Bellingham all alone inside the box. Third goal of the World Cup and a massive goal for England.
But again, just a bit of courage to play. Get the ball down and play. Declan, great run forward.
England have it again with Anthony Gordon. Big 5 or 10 minutes on the cards here for Mexico. It's played on to Harry Kane, who crosses and Bellingham's there again. And England lead 2-0. And in the blink of an eye, the game's getting away from Mexico. 40 years ago, Diego Maradona scored 2 goals in 4 minutes to do for England in the World Cup. Bellingham's just scored twice in 2 minutes to put England in complete control.
And what a ball from Harry Kane. Really impressing from England. That is so unselfish from Harry Kane. Most strikers would have shot that. But Jude does brilliantly arriving into the box. We said you need your big players to step up, Fletch. England's 2 biggest players are Harry Kane and Jude Bellingham, and they've delivered.
Look at Thomas Tuchel. Just look at Thomas Tuchel. That's a goal that gives Bellingham 10 goals for England, a number to match the number on his shirt. And England now have a real grip on this match.
What a player, Jude Bellingham. Brilliant pressing up against Young Moore, tried to get on the ball and create. Just got caught in possession. I love that ball from Jude Bellingham out wide into Harry Kane in the cutback. Get in the box, get runners in there.
This is now a massive test of character for Mexico. They will now feel the pressure of an entire nation. To be exact, 1 minute and 38 seconds between the 2 England goals, which is a dream scenario in a big World Cup match like this, Owen.
Yeah, brilliant from Jude Bellingham. But you'd have to say, think back to that save from Jordan Pickford on Jimenez.
Only Harry Kane and Gary Lineker have scored more World Cup goals now than Jude Bellingham. He's actually gone level with Sir Geoff Hurst, who scored the famous hat-trick back in 1966. He's got 4 in the tournament, just 1 behind his captain.
Yeah, he's brilliant. He's one of the most complete midfield players in the world. He's got size, he's got speed, physicality, he's got courage. He can play. And I think with his size and his physicality, getting in the box, he's a brilliant finisher. We've seen for Real Madrid and England. He's the man for big moments.
Well, this is a stadium where Mexico never lose in competitive internationals. But boy, they're up against it now. 5 minutes to play in the first half. Free kick aimed towards Jimenez. England deal with the pressure. Bellingham, who's on cloud 9 at the moment, having scored 2 in quick succession. That's brilliant from him under pressure. They must wonder what's hit them, Mexico.
Yeah. Couple punches. Not even jabs, proper, not knockout punches, but they've been stunned. This crowd has been stunned. They've actually played quite well up to that point. They had attacked and they just didn't really transition. England had a bit of space. Initially Declan Rice and then Saka. It's probably the one time they switched off Mexico.
Gallardo on the Mexico left. Defended on that side by Bukayo Saka. Well, they'll get the free kick, Mexico. Let's not forget they haven't lost a competitive match in this stadium for 13 years against Honduras. But they're in a very deep hole at the moment in this round of 16 match against England.
There's still plenty of time for them.
Mexico have to score the next goal in the match. They can't allow England to get a third. It's the left foot of Alvarado into the danger area. There's the shot, they've got one back. It's Quinones. It's liftoff in the Azteca. It's game on in the last 16. Mexico back in it. Mexican passion, an explosion of Mexican noise, a massive goal for Mexico scored by Quinones.
What a finish from Quinones. Konza just clears it into a dangerous area. What a strike that is, Quinones. Great delivery from Alvarado. Put England under pressure. It's really difficult for Konza, who's facing his goal. Very difficult to clear.
4 goals in 5 games for Quinones, and it takes you back to what you said a few minutes ago in regard to Bellingham. Big games need big players, and Mexico's main man's just got them back in it.
Yeah, and he's just got him a corner as well.
What a game.
Viva la raza!
I was going to say the roof might come off, but The atmosphere in here is absolutely unbelievable.
Look at his smile. The nation smiling with him. 2-1 to England. 2 minutes to play in the half. Pensive look on the face of Thomas Tuchel. Kane beaten in the air by Vasquez. Well, they did what I said they got to do. Had to score the next goal in the match, and they've done it. Here's Sanchez looking to get the better of O'Reilly, and that's a goal kick to England. I thought it was noisy at kick-off. I think they found a bit more, the Mexico fans.
I think that goal helped. Probably should have had a corner there. Mexico. Sanchez on O'Reilly.
Coming up,
Mexico
we'll have the
coming
Bank of
back.
America half-time show on Fox. And we'll all try and catch our breath. This has been fantastic. This is also the only stadium in world football where when a goal goes in, a gentleman stands behind us with an umbrella to stop the beer raining down on us. They throw it from all over the place in here.
Yeah, they love throwing a beer. Hey, I don't mind it, to be fair. Great tradition.
So 2 for Bellingham, 4 in the World Cup for him. 1 for Quinones, 4 in the World Cup for him. And England lead 2-1. Winner faces Norway on Saturday in Miami. Space for Lira. On it goes to Alvarado. Clipped into the England box where 2 went for the ball and Quansah makes the clearance. They've really got their tails up now.
Yeah, big time. You nailed it. Under a bit of pressure, England. It's a good header from Declan Rice.
Crossed in by Gallardo. Up went Jimenez. He was jumping in there with O'Reilly. Alvarado. Good defending by Anderson. That's a Mexico throw.
That's better for England.
Anderson smashes the ball away. 5 minutes of additional time.
That's a long 5 minutes.
Lira sends it in. Quinones lays it back. Jimenez hits the shot. Inches away from 2-2.
Ah, man.
Yeah, they've got the feel of it now. Just scuffs it.
Come on,
Jimenez.
Mexico.
Great little layoff from Quinones.
Let me just say this to you. It's not very often that we sit alongside each other and the team that's leading in the match is the team that wants to hear the half-time whistle. But that's what applies here right now.
Big time.
Kane's flick header. Saka can't keep it in. You know, you've played in loads of these matches. Switches in momentum are so important.
Big time. Up to before England's first goal, Mexico were a better team. What's the finish that is? Absolutely no chance for Jordan Pickford. It's a difficult clearance for Quansah because he got Montez just in behind him. But kicks his body over the ball, just smashes it into the roof of the net.
Well, he was the top scorer in the Saudi Pro League last season, Julian Quinones. Born in Colombia, but he's very much part of the Mexican fabric at the moment. He's a national hero as it stands because he's scored all these goals in the World Cup. And he's got his adopted nation right back in this last 16 match.
Yeah, you know, I think Thomas Tuchel will be furious with the free kick they gave away. There was no need to foul there. 2-0 up. The free kick is what led to the goal.
Saka's down for England. Kane's just had a word with the referee.
See Gallardo in the back of Saka.
Sanchez to Alvarado. Mexico on top again, albeit behind. There's a flick and what a save! It's the second outstanding stop of the half. It's a personal battle between Jimenez and Pickford.
What a ball from Alvarado. I mean, the save is ridiculous. One of the best in the competition. What's a header? Brilliant from Pickford. He reads it. See Jimenez just tries to guide it into that top corner. Pickford reaches with his left hand. Brilliant technique from the goalkeeper.
Absolutely outstanding for the second time in the half from Jordan Pickford, but this pressure from Mexico is very real. 2 minutes of additional time to play. Mexico corner. England on the back foot but leading 2-1. Brilliant game in the last 16 of the World Cup. Jimenez coming onto this and heading it down. Here's the chance. Oh, he's missed it. Cannot believe Montez has missed it. How on earth has Montez missed it? Had to be 2-2. Was it deflected behind? I think it might have been.
No, I think it was Jude.
Did Bellingham get a piece of it?
Jude to the rescue. Free header for Jimenez.
He's onside.
Montez is onside, yeah. Jude just gets there.
Oh.
Brilliant clearance. That's a hat-trick. Saved the goal, and we got two. What's it? That's brilliant from Jude Bellingham. Never give up on any possession.
What a response from Mexico. Montez so close to 2-2. The teenager Mora out to take the corner. Still a minute of additional time to play. And this time it's headed away in there for England by Mark Gahey. That's an important header to win. It just gives them a bit of defensive respite.
Yeah, but I can't believe England allowed Alvarado to whip balls in that easily. You know, there's no pressure on the ball. He's coming deep. He's not a traditional winger, stand high and wide. He's coming deeper, where he can whip balls in.
Oh, what a fantastic half of football.
Brilliant. I have a feeling there's going to be more goals in the second half.
Final 30 seconds of the first half in the Azteca.
Thomas Tuchel's he's going crazy on the side. He's telling the players, you got to get out. You got to come put some pressure.
Yeah, they're too deep, aren't they, at the moment, England? Here's Gallardo. Romo. Another goal scorer, Quinones, put in on that side by Quansah. Romo gets on the ball again. Here's Lira. Mexico finishing the half so strongly. Montez. Quinones delivers the cross. Too deep for Jimenez. Still not away. Anthony Gordon battling here for England. And winning the free kick, and that will probably take us through to half-time. You'd suspect so. That, in fact, is the half-time whistle. So, 2 goals in a minute and 38 seconds from Jude Bellingham. And England in complete control. 3 minutes before half-time, Julian Quinones gets a goal back for Mexico. Jimenez, 2 outstanding saves from Gordon. 2-1 at half-time.
We ask... When you donate plasma at CSL Plasma, amazing things happen. First, you create life-saving medicines. Amazing start. And you get up to $800 your first month donating, so you can do things like host your favorite team's watch party, pick up the tab at the sports bar, or get tickets to the big game. Donate today and help save lives while making a difference in your own. Do the amazing at CSL Plasma. Reward varies by location and is subject to change without notice.
Time now for halftime here at the FIFA World Cup 2026 on iHeartRadio, presented by Fox One. And now a look at today's first half.
Wow. If only we had something to talk about, Brad.
Best game of the tournament.
So far?
In my opinion.
Okay, first half. Let's get that first half recap. England lead Mexico 2-1 after 45 minutes at Mexico City Stadium. The first half recap's brought to you by the Home Depot. Upgrade your FIFA World Cup 2026 setup. Build it like Beckham from living room to lawn with the Home Depot and take the fast free delivery assist. The Home Depot, official FIFA World Cup 2026 supporters, subject to availability. Just initial thoughts on the first half.
No game in this tournament has been played at this pace, this intensity, the storylines going into it, the setting at Azteca, the history, whatever you want to call it. This has been the best game of the tournament so far. Both teams in a tactical battle, and what we thought was a 2-0 game, all of a sudden 4 minutes later goes into 2-1, and then Mexico applies the pressure. It's had everything in this one, and certainly will not finish 2-1.
Yeah, let's talk about before the goals, how the game was setting itself up to be. Mexico had kind of grown themselves into the game a little bit, had more possession. It looked like they were kind of tiring out England in the altitude there. And then all of a sudden, England just pounced on a quick loose ball, and they were able to spring back going the other way with Declan Rice to Bukayo Saka to Jude Bellingham.
Yeah, I mean, even before that, though, Pickford gets down low to his left on Raul Jimenez.
Yes.
Mexico had their chances early early on, and you knew. And we talked about it before the game. Serving in a ball to Raul Jimenez is going to be key for them to mix up their play. They can't just play the little 1-2 passes to create chances for themselves. A couple shots from distance that didn't really phase Pickford, and then all of a sudden it was a counterattack from England. And the way that Mexico's set up with both outside backs so high, it's going to be open. And what do you do in that moment next time if you're Mexico? You rip Declan's jersey off his body, commit a yellow card because you know that this team is so dangerous going forward. Bellingham, as I watch this game, he's probably the most similar player to Zidane that I've seen.
Oh, interesting.
I think body type, power, the way that he kind of skates on the ball, his skillfulness with the feet, ability to head the ball in the back of the net, and then also to get in late to hit the second one home a minute and 45 seconds later. Honestly, when I watch him, it does remind me a lot of Zidane and how he played. The size, skillfulness with both feet. Yeah. It's really, really fun to watch.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking of a comp to give him because it's so different than, you know, a lot of other players in today's game, especially at that position. The number 10 is usually very kind of smaller players, more intricate, so to speak, but he's so powerful but also skillful, and those late runs into the box.
Yeah, the long legs, right? And the ability to get up and head the ball. He's got it all, and that was my player to watch before the game, and he showed up.
Good
because
for you.
Without those 2 goals, I mean, they came out of nowhere, though, right? Right after the kickoff, did England apply pressure, another turnover, trying to turn inside, right around midfield, and then all of a sudden it's in the back of the net once again. Harry Kane's unselfish. Any other striker has a go from there. I thought he would as well. Lays it across the box, takes the keeper out of the equation, and then it's just about crashing it into the back of the net. And then Mexico comes back, and look, we had 36-minute goal, 38 and 42. All 3 goals within, you know, 6 minutes. Yeah. It's a fun game to watch. The service from Alvarado, his left foot is just so sweet, and that finish from Quiñones was perfect. A little bit of backspin on the ball. I don't think he caught it how he really wanted it to, but he roofs it, gives Pickford no chance. And then again, Jimenez from the top of the box, service from Alvarado with his left foot, in-swinger. You know, he gets up, Jimenez, and if it wasn't for another fantastic save from Pickford, it would be 2-2 right now. But certainly, you don't want to give up a goal if you're England at the 42nd minute mark. Lucky to get in at halftime and regroup, because Mexico is going to come out flying in the second half.
Absolutely,
Guys,
especially
predictions for
considering
the second
this is the
half.
last game in Mexico at this World Cup.
Who thinks Mexico's going
they're
to come
be
back?
wanting to end it on a strong note for sure with them moving on. I mean, you can look at, there's basically 3 different phases of this game. It's the first before any of the goals happen, then the 6 minute where all 3 goals happen, and then Mexico continuing that pressure even after they score to try and tie it up. You're right, England's lucky to get into this halftime still one up on Mexico, and they need to kind of regroup. What do they need to, actually, hold on. Let's come back. Let's get the keys to the second half and talk about what needs to happen from each side. 2-1 England after 45 minutes. You're listening to the 2026 FIFA World Cup on iHeartRadio.
Don't you wish your life? The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
Marty Markowitz had his share of problems. Troubles at work, a failing relationship. His parents had recently died. And so Marty decided to get some professional help. In the summer of 1981, he walked into the office of a psychiatrist named Ike Hershkoff.
I go into his office, and we looked at each other, and he said, okay, why are you here?
Marty liked Ike, and Ike, well, he seemed to see something in Marty.
At the end of the first session, he said, I'm going to take you on as a patient. And he says, you know, I don't do that with everybody.
But this psychiatrist, it would turn out, wasn't like other psychiatrists.
He cut me off from everybody. So the only person I could turn to was Dr. Ike.
And from the moment Marty started seeing him, he began to change.
We didn't see him. I mean, he lived around the corner, and suddenly we didn't go there anymore. And he wasn't coming over anymore. It's as if somebody died.
If Marty Markowitz had known what he was walking into when he first visited that office, he probably would have walked right out the door and never come back. This is a story about power, control, and turning to the wrong person for help for more than 29 years.
When Ike instructed me to buy this house, Ike told me, no, you can't use the master bedroom. You're going to stay in the back section of the house.
Oh, I'm trying to think when it really got nuts. It really got crazy. I'm Joe Nocera, columnist for Bloomberg Opinion.
Okay, it's a wild story.
The Shrink Next Door.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. Number one for music, radio, and podcasts all in one.
Welcome back to iHeartRadio's coverage of the 2026 FIFA World Cup. Anderson Hurst, former U.S. men's national team member. Brad Evans with you at halftime. England up 2-1 over Mexico in Mexico City, but it wasn't for a lack of chances for Mexico because they had a chance not only after they scored their first goal to tie it up, but beforehand as well. They're putting pressure on the England back line to tie this game up. Let's talk about what each team needs to do in the second half. As we get our keys to the second half, they're brought to you by Fox One. The excitement of the FIFA World Cup is now streaming live on Fox One, the official English streaming platform to catch every unforgettable moment. Fox One brings the action straight to your screen so you never miss a goal. Download Fox One and experience the FIFA World Cup live. Let's start with Mexico, Brad. What can you do? Do you want to kind of just say, let's continue that last 5 minutes of the first half and carry it over into the second half, or do you need to make slight adjustments here?
No, you keep going. You come out and even 10% more. You keep Sanchez, you keep Gallardo high up the field, and Mora, Lira, and Romo have to interchange and just create havoc for the back line for England, because that's where chances are going to come from. And really isolating Alvarado on the right wing, allow him to cut inside. That's going to require an overlap every time from Sanchez, so that, you know, if it's Gordon defending, that's what you want. He's not a defender by trade. O'Reilly is the best defender on the team, the most athletic, but you have to be able to isolate Alvarado and start swinging in balls. Continue to. We heard a stat on here that Jimenez has scored more goals in the Premier League on Pickford than any other goalkeeper. So stats tell you anything. He'll have one or two tonight, but the service has to be there. And so for those guys in the midfield, interchange, and just confuse England the best you can. But for England, it is historically some of the best defenders that have played the game. And tonight, you do not want to defend for 45 minutes.
Yeah.
You do not want to make this a practice session where it's offense versus defense. Harry Kane does not want that either. So on the flip side, Harry Kane's got to be that outlet. You'll probably see him drop even deeper to defend, but he's got to work his way forward. And when he gets the ball, he has to keep it every single time, whether that's drawing a foul or it's getting Gordon, Saka, and Bellingham on the ball, because you don't want this to turn into 80% Mexico by the end of the night. England's got to get control of the ball, and Declan Rice and Anderson are going to be a big piece of that. I don't think Anderson's come into the game just yet. He doesn't seem to be playing.
Guys, put your second half score predictions in the chat. I'm saying 3-2 Mexico.
You might see a change there.
They're coming back.
Possession-based, and someone who's going to rise to the occasion, because center backs are they're going to be under some trouble tonight for England. And Konsa and Gehi, yes, they're used to big pressure situations, but they're not World Cup veterans.
Yeah, it's kind of a balance for England, because you could tell they have a solid game plan. They almost were like okay with Mexico having more of the possession, and that would open things up on the break for them, which is how they scored both of their goals. And they picked their moments extremely well when to press, right? Just right after the kickoff, after their first goal, they press. I forget who that was. I think it was Lira on the ball at that point. They create the turnover, and then that's how they get their second goal, just in such quick motions there. But like you said, you don't want to be defending for the entirety of the game. You're just going to put yourself under too much pressure at that point.
And you definitely don't want that, especially at altitude. Second half, it's going to start to creep in a little bit, and England's going to have to be savvy with their subs. Yes, they're winning 2-1. You don't want to put any more attacking power necessarily on the field, but on the flip side of that, you might need someone to keep the ball up top and to be able to stretch the field a little bit more than Gordon's got pace and Saka has pace, but they're going to start to get tired. So maybe a Rashford comes on the field and gives you that pace so he can be the outlet, keeps the ball in the corner, you knock it back, and then you keep possession in the attacking third. And Mexico is just, let's go. Let's fire on all cylinders. Keep the balls keep being swung into the box. mix and match your play a little bit, because if it starts to get into an aerial duel, yes, Jimenez is great in the box, but save for Jimenez, they're not the tallest team in attack, and England will just eat that up all day.
Yeah, when you say that stuff, it feels like something like a Kobe Mainu coming in for Elliot Anderson. A little bit less of a destroyer type, more of a possession-based player. Well, it's just going to be a fantastic second half here. England versus Mexico, as England lead 2-1. Second 45 coming up next. You're listening to the 2026 FIFA World Cup on iHeartRadio.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
What is it that you thought your brother did for a living in those years?
Oh, well, I knew that he was, for the most part, I had the feeling that he was in the business of gaming and...
That is William Michael Bulger, or Billy, as he's usually called. His 18-year reign as president of the Massachusetts Senate is still, to this day, the longest tenure in history. Once his historic run was finished, he became the president of the University of Massachusetts. He has also received his Doctor of Jurisprudence from Boston College Law School, and he has more than 20 honorary degrees from a wide variety of esteemed institutions. And despite all of these accomplishments and accolades, what William Michael Bulger will most likely be remembered for is something that was largely out of his control. It is the one thing in life that is out of everyone's control. Family.
They were lucky they didn't try to do nothing.
That is James Bulger. You may know him better as Whitey. Billy's story would never be complete without Whitey, and vice versa. But there are more people involved than just the two brothers from the Old Harbor Village Housing Project in South Boston. To examine the lives of the Bulger brothers, one must examine the brutal deaths of 19 relatively unknown souls. This is a story about evil incarnate. This is Dirty Rats.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one.
We now rejoin Fox's live play-by-play coverage of the second half of today's FIFA World Cup 2026 match. Follow all the exclusive World Cup action on iHeartRadio.
England, of course, were delighted to get to half-time. After the end of that first half, as you say, it was Mexico who were putting on the pressure. Thierry, your thoughts going into the second half?
It's nice to see Bukayo Saka there because he looks like he was limping at the end of the first half. One thing that I'm worried about for England is that Declan Rice is on the yellow. And Mexico are going to push. How long are you leaving him out there? Because this is a situation where if he was playing in front of me, I would try to dribble past him or try not to provoke him, but to provoke him with the ball.
Right.
To see if he's going to make a foul or not. So how long do you stay with Declan Rice out there and see how he's going to go?
Brilliant first 45 minutes. What is in store for the second? Let's take you back to our commentary team, Darren Fletcher and Owen Hargreaves.
Rebecca, thank you. It looks as though Mexico are going to make a change. In fact, they are. Look, there's Edson Alvarez. I think it's Montes, the other centre-back, who is coming on for. So he's got the armband on, so he's replacing the captain. When he replaced the captain on match day 2, he wore the armband, Edson Alvarez. It was outstanding when we saw him against South Korea.
Yeah, he was absolutely fabulous. Can play as a centre-back, can play as a defensive midfielder as well. Going to slot in next to Vasquez.
Well, England's last 10 World Cup goals have been scored by either Harry Kane or Jude Bellingham. Kane's got 6, Bellingham's got 4. The goal that Quinones scored in the first half, his 4th in the tournament, means that he equals Luis Hernandez, who scored 4 for Mexico in 1986. So let's see what this second half has in store. England 2 up and in control. The Quinones goal made a massive difference just before half-time. And as they were saying in the studio, they finished the first half with real momentum, Mexico. There's the first defending for Jarell Quansah. Let's bring in Jeff Shreves, who's pitch side. Jeff, you were listening into what Anthony Barry, Thomas Tuchel's assistant, had to say at half-time.
Yes, Fletch, he conveyed it pretty much as they expected. Mexico coming out strong, and they would suffer right up until that first water break, which was an occasion when they could then collect themselves and got themselves ahead. Disappointment, conceding for a set piece, but he said pretty much game on.
Thank you very much, Jeff. So the only time that England's lost a World Cup game, having been 2 goals up, was in Mexico. 1970, the quarter-final against West Germany. They lost 3-2. Famously or infamously took Bobby Charlton off in the match, and it didn't go particularly well from there. So it doesn't happen very often to England, but when it did happen, it was in this country, Owen.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I don't think they played brilliant in that first half, but they were in the big moments. They were there. Jude Bellingham stepped up, and Harry Kane.
Lira was caught there by Kane. It was a bit of a short pass. It put him under a bit of pressure, the number 6. The actual height above sea level here, if you like this kind of thing, 2,240 metres. A hell of a long way, is the other way to describe it.
I'm learning a lot about altitude and sea level on this trip.
Alvarado plays it out to Jorge Sanchez. Nico O'Reilly involved for the first time and making the block on the cross. If it looks a little bit misty out there, there was quite a fireworks show at half-time, so that kept everybody in the mood while the players to break.
Just got to be careful, England. They don't get too deep too early. Got to come out and engage a bit more.
Played forward by Gallardo, picked up there by Declan Rice. Here's Harry Kane.
He's so smart, Harry, isn't he? Keeps the ball away from the defender.
Bellingham was caught. Referee didn't see it as a foul. This is young Mora. Lira. Quinones. Hits it straight at Gahey. Kept in play out there by Anthony Gordon. Now let's see what he can do. Harry Kane. Rounded by a Leverkusen defender, Jarell Quansah. Gordon. Sizes up Sanchez, plays it on to O'Reilly. For once, Kane not in the 6-yard box to finish it off.
No, really good football from England. I love that little run down the side of the defence. Great awareness from Nico O'Reilly. Actually, Gallardo does brilliant just to let that run.
Guys, we ran into technical difficulties. I gotta charge my tablet. So I understand if you got a lead, but I gotta charge it.
Last season, obviously, he was the left back for England, but when he came through the academy at Manchester City, he was at number 10. It's the shot, O'Reilly hits the post, O'Reilly. And I was about to make the point, he pops up the goal to us. Scored both goals in the League Cup final win for Manchester City against Arsenal. Vital for Pep Guardiola last season. Very, very close there to scoring in a World Cup finals game for the very first time.
Apologize, technical difficulties.
Mark Gahey to Anthony Gordon. Good spell for England. Beats Alvarado to the outside. O'Reilly couldn't gather. Lira there for Mexico. Launched away by the Mexico number 6.
Yeah, that's probably the best way for England. Get the ball down and play. They look good, England, when they pass and move.
Ezri Konsa. England have been good. 3 of the 4 shots on target. Pickford with a bit of ground to make up, but he's one of the best goalkeepers in the Premier League with his feet. Pings one out there to Anthony Gordon. Bellingham. He's like a rash, Lira. That's brilliant though from Bellingham. Oh, great feet. Wonderful from Bellingham. Off goes England's number 10. Across came Edson Alvarez, the first time that he's been involved since coming on. Timed his tackle well.
Jude Bellingham's putting on a show. In possession, out of possession. On the ball.
Alvarado for Mexico. Now Luis Romo. Gallardo beaten to it by Quansah. He wants a free kick. Everybody's off the Mexican bench as well. Absolutely berating the fourth official. Look at them all down there, bottom of the picture. In the meantime, here comes Gordon the other way for England. Now the England players have come off the bench. There's trouble down there. Over goes Gordon, but there's a real scene on the touchline with both benches clearing down there. The referee needs to do something. The players having to be separated. You'll see it shortly, I'm sure. He's got to come across here, the Australian referee, and find out what's going on.
Well, it all stemmed from that tackle from Quansah. It'll be interesting to see on the replay if he timed it brilliantly. It looked like he got there, but the Mexico bench doesn't think so. The whole bench got up in arms and ran straight to the fourth official.
Here's the challenge. He's got the ball first, but the studs are up, aren't they?
I'll tell you what.
The studs are up. Nicolas Gallo is the video assistant referee. Wouldn't surprise you if he takes a long look at that.
Wow.
Mark Clattenburg is with us as well. Mark, what are you thinking? He's left the studs right on the shin there, Quansah.
And he goes over the top of the ball. He doesn't go to play the ball. He goes over the top of the ball and he catches the opponent high on the leg. It's got speed, it's got force, and it's got malice. I wouldn't be surprised if Quansah's sent off from the field to play for this.
I agree.
Well, especially on that still.
Yeah, look at that. I think he's going to go. I think England are going to be down to 10 here.
Yeah, I think when they slow it down and look at like that, it was going to send him off.
He's made his mind up quickly.
Number 26 coming to serious foul play. He received a red card.
Jarell Quansah sent off. England down to 10. He's the fourth England player sent off in the World Cup. Ray Wilkins against Morocco in 1986. David Beckham famously against Argentina in 1998. And Wayne Rooney against Portugal 20 years ago. I think they've got it right, you know.
Yeah. Well, he's definitely in danger there, Gallardo. He goes over the top of the ball. Quansah's normally not like that. He just hits the top of the ball, skids up, and he catches Gallardo really high. I think once they look at it in slow motion and they're always going to give it.
I don't think whether you look at it in real time still, I think when you get a player with all six studs that high on the shin, you're going to be sent off.
Yeah. I don't think he meant to catch him that high. I think he hit the ball and then went high. And once he got high on his leg sledge, he was always going to give a red.
Needs a bit more control though. In a situation like that.
You nailed it. He should have just stayed on his feet.
Yeah.
There was no real danger.
That was one of the big question marks when we saw the England team. As Thomas Tuchel picked the right player to play at right back, Jarell Quansah sent off. England down to 10. Now they've got to defend for their lives.
Viva la raza!
What an opportunity for Mexico.
The British are coming. The British are coming.
Harry Kane back there defending. Brilliant from the England captain. Now he's claiming he was caught. Gallardo has a word.
England down to 10.
It's brilliant defending from Harry Kane. Just the awareness to read the situation.
Let's have a look at it. Anything wrong with this? Let's see.
Exceptional ball in.
We're in the 56th minute.
No, nothing wrong with that.
Nothing wrong with that whatsoever. No. Gallardo perfectly entitled to challenge for that.
Yeah. That's proper defending from Harry Kane.
It's interesting because Thierry asked the question at half-time how long they'd leave Declan Rice on a yellow card because of the peril of losing him to a second, and it's somebody else who gets a red. So England down to 10, but not the player that we were focusing on at half-time. Jarell Quansah, the player who gets himself sent off.
Yeah, we see that Nico O'Reilly.
Hey!
Actually, which we couldn't see from
That's a
our
foul
vantage
right there. Mexico's got it. Midfield throw in.
I
been in this situation when Rooney got sent off. It's difficult as a player.
They're pushing it.
But you got to hang in there, stick together.
I suppose the big thing in England's favour is they've still got the 1-0 or the 1-goal cushion. Over goes Bellingham. I mean, he's been in danger of spilling over pretty much from Declan Rice's early challenge when he got the yellow card.
But you can see why the bench got
No!
upset.
Shot, try to go front
Everybody
post.
got off the bench.
Absolutely. And they were a hell of a lot
Guiones.
closer to it than we are.
Yeah.
England have got John
57th
Stones
minute,
running down
Mexico.
below us. I wonder whether they just stick
Trying to
Declan Rice at
equalize.
right back, but they're going to send on Stones instead. Gallardo.
Well, that means I think Konzo goes to right back.
Lovely turn from Quinones, but they're not the best of shots at the end of it.
Yeah.
Well, let's find out who they're going to sacrifice.
Saka's coming
They're
in
going
for
to sacrifice
Stones.
Bukayo Saka for John Stones.
He's played well, Bukayo. Had a good impact on the game. Exceptional assist. The thing I like about Bukayo, didn't come in on his left foot. He got to the byline, he got a great cross in.
Who, in terms of the player they're sending on here,
Oh, it could be a PK! It is! Oh, he's on the spot! It's a PK for England! Oh no!
City, you couldn't have a more experienced
England just won a PK.
situation like this than John Stones.
Yeah, brilliant player. Great. You know, that means Konzo goes to right back, Gahey and Stones a centre back partnership.
Goalie got there too late. It's a good penalty.
Penalty England.
It's a good call.
You cannot take your eyes off it. Referee in no doubt whatsoever, and the speed of Gordon, the decisive part of that particular situation. Goalkeeper mistimes it. Does the goalkeeper have to go?
That's on Gordon. He does brilliantly. He knows he's going to get there. He
Oh,
knows
this could be a 10-10 man situation. Goalie might be getting a red right here.
Sort of slower for Harry Kane. He can't be offside from a goal kick. And what the goalkeeper does is he comes out rationally and he catches Anthony Gordon. This is a clear penalty. And because the goalkeeper's having a genuine attempt for the ball, he cannot be sent off. He can be given a yellow card for the reckless challenge, but he cannot be sent off because it's a genuine attempt for the ball.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they are just complaining here, some of the Mexican supporters, because the ball came off Kane's arm, Kane's shoulder, maybe just the tricep of Harry Kane, but it was beyond his control. But what a moment this is. I mean, just when you go down to 10 and you send John Stones on, you get the chance to make it 3-1.
Right. Again, we've seen a couple of mistakes, one from Kwanzaa and one from the goalkeeper. Coming off his line, Mangel, he thinks he's going to get there. It's rare that a goalkeeper
Harry Kane at the spot.
to a ball. They had a similar distance to cover. Brilliant from Gordon. Just the awareness to read the situation, get his toe in front of rung out.
So now the delaying tactics. Harry Kane waits. Harry Kane scored 25 of the 29 penalties he's taken.
Oh, Mexico's goalie went up to Kane, started talking a little shit.
He will move to within one goal of the three players at the top of the Golden Boot list. Messi,
Called him a
Mbappe,
puto
Haaland
and backed off.
have 7 apiece.
Kane takes 3 steps back. Deep breath. Harry Kane trying to put England up 3-1 in the Azteca. Kane shot! Goal, England! Son of a bitch.
Who becomes the hero? Rangel for Mexico or Kane for England? Massive moments in the match. Harry Kane scores. England lead 3-1, and the England captain scores his 85th international goal. Of steel, ice in the veins. Harry Kane delivers again.
That's how you take a penalty. None of this sort of nonsense.
pick a corner, and smash it in there. Absolutely no chance for Rangel. I don't know where this sort of penalty technique has come from, but some of the penalties in the tournament have been a disaster. That's how you take a penalty. Harry Kane picks his corner, brilliant execution. Game on now, 3-1.
Two Mexican changes. Brian Gutierrez for Luis Romo. Santiago Jimenez, a striker, for Gilberto Mora, a midfielder. So Aguirre knows 3-1 down. He needs better attacking play to try and exploit the 10 of England. Mark, just off the handball and the build-up, we certainly struck Kane on the arm. Just explain it to everybody why it was fine.
Yeah, very quickly, it does strike Harry Kane's arm, but it comes off the defender from a short distance. Harry Kane's arm's in a natural position, therefore it's not an offence. It would have been an offence if he directly scored, but he doesn't, so therefore the accidental handball is still allowed, and that goes on to the penalty kick.
Thank you, Mark. So England lose Jerome Quansah on 54 minutes, and Harry Kane makes it 3-1 6 minutes later. And Kane felt the full force of that one, giving it a rub.
Here we go, England giveaway. Mexico with numbers. Quinones. Sanchez, oh, blocked. And it's going to be a throw-in right at the sticks.
Mikulov, ultra superior player of the match. It's one of those games where there are plenty to choose from.
I'm pretty sure I know who it is. Jude Bellingham's been magnificent.
Mexico's got it right outside the box. Left-hand side. Shot blocked. And shot. Oh, this is a pass. It's caught by the goalie.
Straight off the bench and making the defensive impact.
Wow, well done. He read that brilliantly.
Lira sent it in. Pickford comes and deals with it. Took his own player out in the process. Gutierrez with the cross. Gets another chance. Gets it through. Pickford catches it. One thing I would just point to, as we see the Gutierrez cross in, I always think the biggest challenge for England was going to be in the final 20 minutes of this match. That's where you're going to start to feel the altitude.
Yeah, I mean,
they're going to get to the final 20 minutes with only 10 men.
Yeah, and they're still going to have to get down and play a little bit of football, take a bit of pressure off, just like this. They've been
Mexico on the attack.
You know, they're the ones that struck. They've been clinical.
There's Quinones on that left side.
Anthony Gordon.
Short pass centered, and it's deflected out. It's going to be thrown from Mexico.
That's because he timed his run brilliantly. He came inside of him. Anthony Gordon's put a brilliant shift in.
It's end-to-end in the Azteca. Absolutely brilliant.
There's Gallardo, centered.
Quinones for Mexico. In went Anderson for England.
It's going to be a corner for Mexico.
England need 10 lines, not 3 from this point.
Yeah, good point. Somehow I don't think it's going to stay 3-1.
Jesus Gallardo. Beats Esri Consta to get the cross in. John Stones blocks it and gets it behind.
Here's the corner for Mexico. What's in the box? Headed out. Mexico still got it at the 18.
John Stones isn't thinking about this, of course, right now. He's thinking about England, but he hasn't.
Gallardo. Quinones. Step over.
Somehow I think he's going to be just okay.
Mexico in the box. Cross. Header. In the air. Back and forth. Mexico still got it.
Cleared as far as Gutierrez. Back out here to Alvarado.
Oh, we got a foul.
25 and a half minutes left.
I'd say about 20 meters away from the 18. This is going to be a tough shot.
Quinones sends it in. Sanchez clips it in. Taken away from Edson Alvarez. Headed away by Harry Kane, I think, in there. We're appealing for a penalty, Mexico. I tell you what, Owen, somebody's lit the touch paper and this place has gone off.
It's all kicking off. I mean, the top game, it's literally end to end. So the foul from Jude Bellingham. Quinones.
I think that's where they're appealing for the penalty. Harry Kane's challenge on Gutierrez. He has kicked the underside of his foot. It's the first
Oh
time,
shit, we might have a possible penalty on Harry Kane here. A handball in the box on that last corner. I didn't see it. Harry Kane is irate.
Are able to do inside this arena.
He's going back to take a look at it.
One thing they've been, when they get in front of goal, they've been efficient.
Let's see here.
Harry Kane and Jude Bellingham.
We've also seen the first bench clearing brawl of the 2026 World Cup. It was like the Yankees against the Red Sox down there.
Yeah.
I don't think it is.
Take a look at this. Mark Clattenburg, they're taking a look at it.
I don't think it
It
is.
took me many replays to see this. And what does Harry Kane? It looks like I thought Harry Kane had played the ball. He doesn't. He kicks the underside of the leg. This is a similar situation that England had in a recent game. I think it was against. Was it Croatia in the opening game where was it Saka had his leg kicked off? Madueke had
I
his
don't
leg
see a
kicked.
handball,
When
guys.
you kick underneath somebody's leg and make a contact
And,
without
and I
touching
want
the
Mexico to
ball, a
win
penalty
that. I
kick
just don't
will
see
be
it.
awarded.
So Nicolas Gallo, the Colombian video assistant referee, is a busy man tonight. He was involved in the Kwanzaa red card, and he's now involved here. He's sent Ali Reza Fagani from Australia.
Wow, they gave him the PK. Mexico's got a PK, guys.
Harry Kane, he's just trying to clear the ball. And is it Gutierrez? I think he does brilliant. Just
What a
gets it
game.
across. He's gonna
This is an amazing game. Unbelievable.
Holds his breath.
Number 9, kicked off, and the final decision is penalty.
Yeah, did hit his hand. I don't think he did it intentionally, though. He didn't do it intentionally.
You were right. I don't think it will stay 3-1.
One thing I would say is he doesn't mince his words. The ref does it.
And I'll tell you
Whoa,
something
we got
else.
a yellow
It's the
card.
first time
He just
tonight
pulled the
we've had a
banana out on
scenario,
someone.
So there's obviously more beer being thrown with a penalty. There's the challenge. Kane on Gutierrez.
Kane just got the yellow.
Harry thinks he's clear just to clear the ball. Gutierrez just gets his foot on top. Harry doesn't even think that's going to be an issue whatsoever. But again, a bit like Gordon on Rangel, he just gets in front of him.
Mexico's lining up. Who's it gonna be?
I think that's Anderson.
It's
who's
Raul.
sent away with the yellow card. We'll get it confirmed, but it looked like Elliot Anderson.
The one thing
Straight.
you would say, there's been a lot of decisions made by the referees, but they've got
He's
them all
straight
right.
right at the 18. Raul
Francis Kane had got the card.
takes a couple step backs. Shot. Goal! Golazo! Raul! Mexico! 3-2.
The only man that Mexico would want in a situation like this. Jordan Pickford waits. England 3-1 up. Concentration on the face of Jimenez. The Azteca waits. Brilliant penalty. Never in doubt. Eyes cool under pressure. 3-2 in the Azteca. Game on again.
Game on. Oh, Kane got that in a dangerous area.
What a brilliant penalty.
Mexico got it back. Both guys go down, no call.
Very long time.
Kane goes down. Looks like a flop. They're going to let it play on.
The second highest goal scorer for Mexico all time moves to within 5 of Chicharito.
Oh, and he blows it. Looks like
That's
we're going to have a
48
foul on
international
Mexico
goals. Here's
here.
Kane for England. Now Gordon. What a match this is. It's the game of the tournament.
That could have been a flop.
Touch from Harry Kane, that was.
Referee plays on. Here's Kane. You can barely hear yourself think. England have a player down and a player down in a bit of
Ooh,
pain.
yeah, I got a heel right to the chin.
20 minutes
Mexico
to go.
just gave my heel to the chin right there.
Nico O'Reilly felt the full
Unintentional.
force of that one.
They're both going for the ball, but yeah, this is a legit injury for England. He might have lost a couple too.
Honestly. You'd have to say both teams, they've gone after each other. We said don't make any excuses, they haven't.
It's a brilliant penalty because he gets Pickford to move, and once he goes that way, he can't get...
Whoa, yellow card. He just pulled the banana out. Banana on Mexico.
Between the stuttering run-up of some players that leaves you with no power and the way he does it with complete control.
I think you need to keep moving, get a bit of momentum. I think when you stop, you lose the power, you give the ownership to the goalkeeper. I mean, the game is delivered, to say the least.
I'll tell you what, Owen, there are flashpoints all over the pitch at the moment. He's got a book in now, claiming he got caught in the face. That's Sanchez, the right back, so he's in the book.
Might not be everybody's cup of tea with the referees and the VAR, but they got all the decisions right.
Well, we're going to take a short match break. I don't really know where to
We got a hydration break, guys.
It's probably best just to tell you.
Come back here in about 3 minutes.
They're leading 3-2.
Hydration break.
Promise me that you won't go anywhere.
Kevin and Rachel and Peanut M&M's on an 8-hour road trip, and Rachel's new favorite audiobook, The Cerulean Empress, Scoundrel's Inferno. And Florian, the reckless yet charming scoundrel from said audiobook.
And his pecs glistened in the moonlight.
And Kevin, feeling weird because of all the talk about pecs. And Rachel handing him peanut M&Ms to keep him quiet.
Kevin, I can't hear.
Yellow, we're keeping it PG-13.
M&M's, it's more fun together.
When you donate at CSL Plasma, you help create life-saving medicines, and you get up to $800 your first month donating, just in time for match nights and cheering with friends. Donate plasma and help save lives at CSL Plasma. Reward varies by location and is subject to change without notice.
This is Lele Pons from Suite 305 with Lele Pons. Game day at my house is chaos, but like in a fun way. The TV's ready, the remotes are ready, the kids' stores are going off, and somehow everybody needs batteries at the exact same time. That's why I keep Duracell stocked. And Duracell just released limited edition Duracell and Messi battery packs. The design is inspired by Messi's iconic left leg tattoo. So every battery feels like it comes with an extra kick. From the TV remote to automatic corkscrew, Duracell keeps us game day ready. Duracell double and AAA batteries are the only ones built different with power boost ingredients for long-lasting performance you can trust. Find the limited edition Duracell and Messi batteries in stores at Lowe's and Walmart or on Amazon.
3, Mexico 2. It's a quite astonishing game in the last 16. Just to bring you up to speed on the yellow cards, Nico O'Reilly got one, and at the moment, the card that we thought went to Harry Kane is listed on the FIFA stats page as a yellow card to Mark Gahey, so we'll get that confirmed. Let's just kind of run you through it. Bellingham scored 2 goals in a minute and 38 seconds. Canonia a goal just before half-time. Pickford made 2 brilliant saves from Jimenez in the first half. Jarell Quansah sent off after 54 minutes. Anthony Gordon fouled by the goalkeeper 6 minutes later and Harry Kane scored. Then the England captain committed a foul on Gutierrez and Jimenez scored, so it's 3-2. And Harry Kane's now the first player to score and concede a penalty in the same World Cup match. It's absolutely bonkers.
And he was just trying to do a job for the team back there. I think he thought he could clear the ball quite easily. But Gutierrez does brilliantly. He just got his foot up in between.
So England are going to make 2 changes. O'Reilly's gone off. Dan Burns going to come on to replace him. And Eze is off as well. On as well, should I say. What a big moment for Dan Burns to walk into, Owen. Elliot Anderson gone as well.
That's a surprise for me. He's so competitive. Elliot Anderson at the base of that midfield, aggressive. I think obviously Dan Burn coming in to deal with some of those crosses. There'll be a lot of long balls coming in from Mexico.
So Dan Burn on to win his 9th cap. He didn't make his England debut until he was 32. At 6'7", the same size as Crouchy, he should win his fair share of headers.
Well, now it's a back 5 for England. It's a 5-3-1.
15 minutes to sort it out, plus a bit of stoppage time, potentially extra time, maybe penalties. I've just had a message on my phone to say you've never covered a game as good as this, and they might have a point. This is absolutely fantastic. Here's Gutierrez. Lira. Edson Alvarez.
And now with that back five, England are very deep.
Gallardo to Jimenez. Look how wide the number 9's come for Mexico. Clips one into the box. Out there towards Sanchez. Took it down well. Gordon didn't bite. Ezra's first involvement is to smash the ball away.
That's going to be the game plan. Can they just defend the box, England? Mexico got to be patient, get the ball out wide, get crosses in.
Eric Lera with a switch. In it goes towards Pickford. He had to beat his own defender in there to get the ball away. Just to check that, it's Spence's come on, not Eza. Eza was ready, but they made the switch, and Spence is on, and he's going to play better than he did when we saw him against DR Congo.
Yeah, no need to attack us now.
Gallardo with the cross. England defending. Kane there to help out.
I mean, this is going to be a long 20 minutes.
Oh, just a bit. Just a bit.
They're not going to attack anymore, England. Just going to try and find a way to hang on. Mexico got to keep the tempo up, move the ball a bit quicker.
England cannot get out at the moment. Jesus Gallardo for Mexico. Another cross into the England box. Bicycle kick attempted. Never seen Negrete score a goal like that in 1986, which was special. And don't forget tomorrow on Fox, and they've got something to live up to. A huge day, starting with Portugal, Spain. Then it's the US up against Belgium in the round of 16. Coverage starts 2 p.m. Eastern, 11 a.m. Pacific. Alvarado's cross, which was blocked. Here's Lera for Mexico. In it goes towards Quinones. Headed away for England. Under pressure by Consa. Clipped in once more. They're trying to move England around. Here's Brian Gutierrez. Makes room for the shot. That's a good block by Ezri Konsa.
Well, they're defending really well, England. They're very compact.
In by Gutierrez. Pickford stays on his line. First involvement for Big Dan Burn of Newcastle to win his header.
Yeah, that's exactly why he's in there. There's going to be plenty of balls flying in that box.
Just over 80,000 inside the Azteca. The majority wants a Mexico goal. Gallardo clips in the cross. It's a good one. That's a good header by Spence. It's a corner.
Yeah. I mean, they're just going to keep coming, Mexico now. Gallardo does really well. Spence is equal at the back post. Exactly where he needs to be and just heads it for a corner.
That's Alvaro Fidalgo, who's coming on here to replace Jorge Sanchez.
I mean, what a game. Regardless of what happens, what's a game of football?
And what a stadium to watch it in. Fidalgo straight into the mixer. Spence has got to look after him. Alvarado's left foot. Pickford on the move. Did he get a touch? Yes, he did. Corner from the other side.
I like that from Pickford as well. Don't come and try and catch it, punch it. There's loads of bodies in there. It's going to be difficult to catch. It's had a brilliant game, Jordan Pickford.
It's already Mexico's best World Cup for wins. They've won all 4 matches so far. If they win today, they'll equal Italy in 1990 as the only host nation to win its first 5 in the finals. Good header by Stones. England cannot get out, though. They can't stay in their own box for the rest of the match.
Well, they're going to. I'm pretty sure they're going to stay there. It's difficult when you're a player and you've got this advantage. Fletcher's normal to drop off. They've got a man less.
I think he's been brilliant today, the referee, along with Nicolas Gallo, the video assistant.
How chill has he been as well?
Yeah, brilliant. In an absolute powder keg of an atmosphere, I might add. That was such a chance in there for Alvarez. It was a great corner from Alvarado. I thought Edson Alvarez had to score.
I think it was Gay. Just gets there ahead of him. He's going to score. And I think it was Gay. Just puts him off ever so slightly. Just bodies him. That's all you need. Otherwise, he would have had a free header, Alvarez.
He's played over 100 times for his country, Edson Alvarez. He knows these England players, of course, from his time at West Ham. That's Guillermo Martinez, who you just saw, and he's going to be another Mexico change. 9 club goals. He's got 3 in 13 appearances for Mexico. Javier Aguirre knows he's got to find a goal in the next 10 minutes or his team are going out. England hanging on by a thread down to 10. Alvarado out there on the right, up against Jed Spence. Right-footed ball in this time. Declan Rice didn't get it, but Jude Bellingham did.
And Declan just put his hand up, say thanks. Thanks, Jude. Brilliant positioning.
It's the goal scorer coming off, so Quinones replaced by Martinez with 9 minutes to go.
That's what they need, Mexico. They need more bodies in the box.
Here's Gallardo, plays more like a winger than a left back. Here's Fidalgo, the substitute, queuing up in the middle, waiting for the cross. It's held on, it's just over. And this time it was Santiago Jimenez first to it.
I'll tell you what, it's a good chance as well. He's got a brilliant left foot. He tries to go for it. He just tries to guide it. I think he almost needs to have volley that into the ground. Tries to be too cute when it just needed a bit of power.
Straight through to Rangel. There's no respite whatsoever at the moment for England's defenders.
I think we can throw altitude out the window, can't we?
Oh.
Both teams are putting a proper shift in.
Forget the altitude. This is all about England's attitude the rest of the way.
Yeah, absolutely.
Can Mexico find a goal?
Make that into a t-shirt.
With a nation behind them. Headed by Gahey, Pickford there for England.
I think you'd have to say they defended the box well, and they actually got to Alvarado a little bit quicker. Not allowing them such an easy cross.
Host nation hasn't won the World Cup for 28 years. France team that beat Brazil in Paris back in 1998. It's the 5th game in a row Mexico have played in their own country, the 4th here at the Azteca. They played in Guadalajara against South Korea. They've got to move after this if they win. That's great defending in there for England again. It was Jed Spence reaching out and making a vital tackle.
Yeah. The ball just keeps coming into the box, and England are going to have to find a way to keep dealing with it. So far, they've done really well.
It's like a training ground exercise. Attack versus defence. Fidalgo for Mexico. Gallardo, the left back. Plenty of green in the box. Comes to the England defender. Mexico corner.
He looks so comfortable, comes out right back as well.
Raul Jimenez waits for his opportunity. In fact, it's been overruled. Ezri Konsa was right. The corner was given, but it's been overturned. And it's a goal kick to England.
Again, Jed Spence does brilliantly. Just reads it, gets there twice. And everybody's
Fuck, man. 85th minute. Mexico still down 3-2. Down 10.
After Hours crew will be on Fox tonight for another nightly wrap-up of today's World Cup action. Special guests on the programme as well. That's on Fox at midnight local. Bellingham on the move for England on a hat-trick. That's great defending.
Well, that's brilliant from England. Trying to play a little bit of football. Can they get the team up
Mexico's
the pitch?
got a counter
Give
right
them
here.
a bit of a breather. Konsa wins the free kick on Jimenez. But Jude Bellingham still competing. It's a good tackle from Vasquez.
Moving towards the final 5 minutes in the Azteca Stadium, Mexico City. Declan Rice takes the free kick.
Gallardo centers it to that right side. Step over. Shot in the box. Goes down. What's the call? Mexico player went down. We didn't get a call. This could be a penalty. They got to take a look at it.
Mexico
Might need to take a look at it.
Since they got the penalty.
Mexico wants him to take a look.
Lost it once more. England attack it again. They're appealing for a penalty again. Mexico. There's a real tangle in the middle.
They've defended their box brilliantly, England. You'd have to say. Crosses keep coming in.
I think it's Martinez claiming he had his shirt pulled. He was the one in the middle of the 6-yard box. Gallardo. Fidalgo. In towards the big men again. Pickford came and got it.
Well done, Jordan Pickford.
Vasquez for Mexico. Fidalgo for Mexico. Everybody.
Oh, that's a penalty. I'm sorry.
4 minutes left.
England got dragged him down, man. Took a bunch of his shirt with him. Jesus.
Controlled by Jimenez. Ran into John Stones.
Bullshit, man. That's a
Free
penalty.
kick to England. That's what they're appealing for. Dan Burn and Mark Gahey on a bit of show. Mark Clattenburg, your thoughts?
Yeah, when the ball comes in, Dan Burn's not looking at the ball, but there's a coming together, and I would not think that would be a penalty kick. When everything's coming together like that, and they're all fighting for the ball, I can't see a penalty being given for that.
You must be impressed, Class, by the performance of Fagani, the referee, and Gaio, the video assistant referee.
You have, and especially in this type of environment. But the referee
Here's
has to
Gallardo.
stay strong because Mexico are going
Gonna send one in. It's deflected.
goes on, and he has to stay strong.
Bellingham. Mexico still got it. Got 20 meters from the 18.
Rangel's going to get there first.
Playing a little keep away on that right side.
So they were all grabbing.
Step over. Step over. Got to get rid of it. Tight defense over there. Oh, he tries to cross it in. It's deflected right back to a Mexico player. He backs it out. 88th minute. No time to waste. Crossed in. Oh, headed out. Center. Oh, shot taken away. And pushed in the back. That'll be a foul on Mexico. Well, he says play on. Gallardo on that left side. In the air. Headed away.
Here's Lira. Never stop running all night. Alvarado's cross. Dan Burn's header. Cleared as far as Vasquez. Here's Fidalgo. Shooting chance maybe. Bellingham made the challenge. Harry Kane, no foul. Jimenez for Mexico.
Ooh, shot right at him.
They're queuing up in the middle again. Clip back into the England box. They've got to win another header. Mark Gahey does. And then Anthony Gordon helps it out of play for a throw-in inside the final 2 minutes.
Yeah, they're hanging on for dear life, England, but they're doing a good job of it.
Gutierrez. Fidalgo. Hits the shot. Pickford catches it. Well, kind of catches it. Did enough.
He's been brilliant, Jordan Pickford. You think about Harry Kane, Jude Bellingham.
Took a deflection too off Bellingham.
Jordan Pickford. He does brilliant. Just drops it in front of him.
The good news is, from an England perspective, there's less than 2 minutes to play. The bad news and the good news from a Mexican perspective is there's quite a significant amount of added time based on the fact we've had VARs.
Harry Kane is coming on.
Penalties. England are going to make another change. They're going to send on Morgan Rogers of Aston Villa. He's stripped and ready down below us. Aguirre, the man with the weight of the world on his shoulders. Rogers ready for England. He's coming on to replace the captain, Harry Kane.
Yeah, and you got to get off the pitch quite quickly. We've seen the subs all just sprints off straight away.
So John Stones is now England's captain for what remains of this last 16 game. The Norwegian players are sat in the team hotel with their feet up, waiting to see if they're going to play in the quarters. Brazil out today.
Hey, shout out to them. They played brilliant today. What a performance against Brazil.
We got 11 minutes. Don't go anywhere. We got 11 minutes of extra time here.
To make his World Cup debut for England in a knockout game. It's his first knockout match.
This might take forever. This might be 13-14. Crossed in. Pickford's got it for England.
I've had a good impact on the game. John Stones coming in, Konsa going to right back.
We're in the first minute of stoppage time.
That's a game changer.
The whole of Mexico's just breathed a sigh of relief. Alvarado. Edson Alvarez. In towards Raul Jimenez. That's brilliant from Pickford again.
Nice put on the performance, Jordan Pickford.
Wants to go long because Morgan Rogers is on the run with those fresh legs of his, but I think even Carl Lewis in his prime wouldn't have kept that on it.
But you know what I think? It just gets England up the pitch, allows them to squeeze up the pitch, get out from being defending on the edge of their box.
England looking to be just the third team to win a competitive match against Mexico in the Azteca Stadium, and only the second to do it in the World Cup finals after Italy in 1970.
Mexico got a corner.
Left to hang on. Mexico 10 minutes left to find another goal. They bombarded England since they scored the penalty through Jimenez after 69 minutes.
Here we go. Chance to tie. What's in the box?
Against the block.
Punched away by Pickford.
And Mexico get the corner.
Just keep coming, Mexico. They need a bit more quality though, rather than just whipping balls in. Need to be a bit more precise.
Cross that one.
It's the equivalent of a Super Bowl goal line stand for the England defence at the moment. Corner taken by Gutierrez. Pickford's got a piece of it once more. He's not missed a thing, Pickford.
He's put a masterclass on how to come out and claim balls. Don't catch him, just punch him, get him away.
Gutierrez with time and space. In goes the cross, but he's hit that too hard, and that's a waste from the Mexico substitute.
And I think a lot of that is because Jordan Pickford's been so good at coming to claim the balls. He gets in across his head a little bit.
Where does this rank on the games you've seen in World Cup finals down the years?
Brilliant.
It's right there for me.
Yeah, it's fabulous.
Such a privilege to be here.
But you know what?
He's nervous.
They haven't played brilliantly, but they've been there in the big moments. That's all it is in these games. You've got to be there for the big moments. They've got the players with Harry Kane and Jude Bellingham. They've defended exceptionally well.
The saves there that Pickford's made, you've got to remember that two of them in the first half from Jimenez were world class.
Yeah.
Absolutely world class. It's been a great tournament for goalkeepers.
Well, what about Norway's goalkeeper today?
Astonishing.
My word.
Astonishing. He made one save that defied belief. England move. Jed Spencer's made the run. He's actually gone to try and chip the goalkeeper, which wasn't a bad idea. If anybody
Oh my God, what is he doing?
I think he's been the best player on the pitch by a country margin.
Gallardo.
Tell you what, there have been a few though.
No,
There have been a few.
Mexico choking his way.
Really, Jordan Pickford's not far off. Harry Kane with that little cutback. Most strikers shoot there.
Eric Lira. Johan Vazquez. Here's Gallardo on the ball again. He's had as many touches as anybody in the second half. This time he's going to send the cross in with his right foot, and he wishes he hadn't.
I'm not surprised he's missed that. He's had about 40 crosses in the last 20 minutes.
Any thoughts of England wilting at altitude? You can forget all about that.
Do you know what? Credit to both teams, Mexico and England. I thought they came to play. Mexico were by far the better team in the open exchanges.
What about this for a number then? Mexico have had 84% possession in the last 15 minutes.
But only one stat counts.
That is absolutely one-way traffic.
It's been a heck of a game. Honestly, for both teams.
Tuchel's furious down there. He thinks that should have been an England ball. Look at him.
Too many crosses in here, man. Let's get some short passes.
This will go down as one of England's great.
All they're doing is just trying to send crosses and hope for something.
But there's still 7 minutes of additional time to play. Mexico threaten again. Crossed in by Alvarado, hoisted into the England box. Big shout from Pickford to leave it. And that's what all of those players in white shirts do.
Oh, John Stones read that brilliantly. Knew it was too long, it was going to go out. Jordan Pickford was there, had it covered. We said about that size advantage England had. You think about Dan Burn, Konza, John Stones. They dealt with all those crosses brilliantly.
Here's Gallardo. He passes it off.
There's the England captain on the bench.
Now in the box, chested bicycle kick. Oh! And this goes all the way back to midfield.
Mexico have
Can't say they're not trying. Bicycle kick attempt by Mexico.
Don't write them off yet.
Oh, no.
6 minutes left.
Without question.
6 minutes left. Here's Gallardo. Fidalgo's cross. Taken down by Jimenez. That's brilliant. Brave defending from Big Dan Burn.
It's a good thing he's that big. I don't think otherwise he would have blocked it.
What do you describe that as? Taking one for the team. Mexico come again. This green wave about to
You got 5 minutes left of extra time here. Mexico down to the last couple chances. They got to equalize. It's 3-2 England.
Alvarez. He's going to hit one, Alvarez. That's a great block by Declan Rice. And by the way, hasn't he managed himself on the yellow card for the majority of this match?
Yeah, exceptionally well. Got a yellow card after, I think, about 5 minutes. I think all the England players in the last 20 minutes have had a block.
There's 5 minutes to go. 5 nervous minutes.
That's the longest 11 minutes ever.
Fidalgo to Alvarez.
Oh, over the goal.
Jimenez waits in the middle with Martinez.
There's a good chance.
Jimenez. Anthony Gordon out there for England.
4 minutes left to stoppage time.
Don't jump in.
There's the switch to Gallardo, who's always available out here on the Mexico left. Brilliant touch by the left back. In goes the cross. Jimenez! Came at him quickly, and he couldn't keep the shot down.
Yeah, I think it was an unconventional take from him. It's a good ball.
Ooh, that would have been some goal if that went in. Fantastic imagination from Jimenez.
It was a little bit behind it.
Here's Morgan Rogers. And that's an England throw.
Wow, England's got a throw in right by the sticks.
Is a good tick for England.
Only chance here, you got to counter if you're Mexico. I'm not putting anyone back from England. I'm playing all defense. Ooh, and a card. You pulled the banana out on somebody on that sideline.
Bellingham's been a colossus.
I mean, I can't believe there's any debate about this kid. What a player he is. In the biggest moments, he's there. Real Madrid for England. He's a special, special player. He's only 23 years old as well.
That yellow card, by the way, has just been shown to Jordan Henderson. He's not even on the pitch.
Trying to get involved, isn't he?
One more chance for Mexico here. 99th minute. Right sideline, and it's going to be a corner.
Very sensibly goes back to Jordan.
Here it is.
Inside the final
Got a
3
score
minutes.
right here.
Launched forward by the England keeper. Vasquez challenges Rogers. Rankel there for Mexico.
I did well, England, just to get up the pitch. That long ball from Pickford allowed them to get up.
Mexico have given absolutely everything. England have responded to everything thrown at them. Corner. Spence, more defending to do.
Brilliant closing speed from Spence.
Mexico playing with 10 men right now. Header in the box. Oh, and it's saved by Pickford.
Lions out there in the Azteca.
I think Jimenez rolled his ankle on that. He just rolled off the pitch because Mexico need to speed the play up.
So both teams for now down to 10. There's Jordan Henderson, who was shown the yellow card. Whole cluster of players on the edge of that England 6-yard box.
Mexico's got it. Header close to midfield. I mean, throwing close to midfield.
Took the ball into the hands of Pickford.
I mean, that ball could have gone anywhere. So many of those. England have been quite fortunate. They've fallen their way. Look at all the bodies in the box.
Oh, it's gone off. Went through.
Here we go, right side.
I mean, the fortune England has gone high rather than stay low because it would have gone into all those bodies.
1 minute left.
Keep it in. Mexico need a ball. Mexico have got less than 2 minutes to find a goal.
Yeah, still 10v10. I don't think he's rolled his ankle quite badly.
Here's Alvarado. Gordon's going to get across. He's run himself into the ground for the England cause, Anthony Gordon. Spence, Dan Burn comes across, gets there first, clears it away.
Back post! Centered! Oh!
Atmosphere.
That was the chance right there. Wow, Mexico's going to lose at home.
Here's Gallardo. Last chance to loom for Mexico. Has to be now. Fidalgo. Alvarado. Two England defenders across there. Still the cross comes in. Jimenez attacks it, pulls it back. Hooked away. In there by Rodgers for England. They've withstood so much pressure, the England defenders.
Oh! Damn it!
Fidalgo.
Inches.
Alvarado.
Inches.
Fidalgo's cross, but Gordon got there.
Mexico's going to have one more corner.
Final few seconds. Last chance for Mexico. Alvarado versus Spence.
Here's the corner. What's in the box? Viva la raza! Volley shot! Blocked! Shot! Blocked again!
John Stones.
Well, Chad Spence, Pickford saying to Spence, you've got to get pressure on the ball. Stones does well, because if he doesn't clear that.
The players on the benches are now on the touchline. The goalkeeper, Rangel, is up for the corner. It's in by Alvarado. England jump. Dan Burn wins the header. Jimenez hits the shot. That's blocked by Gahey. Still not away. That's blocked behind by Burn. It's another corner, and still we play.
England have won it. Wow, they beat Mexico in Mexico. Tough one.
Chaos at the Azteca. 3-2 England. Has to be the last chance for Mexico. We're a minute beyond the 11 allotted. Rangel, the goalkeeper, stays forward. There he is. In goes the corner. Pickford punches away. The referee blows the full-time whistle.
Guys, if you can help the channel out, maybe shoot a super chat or something to help the channel out, I'd appreciate it.
Mexican heartbreak, absolute jubilation for England. Heroes in white, heroes in green as well. What a battle between these two nations in the World Cup, Owen Hargreaves.
What a fabulous game of football. Credit to both teams. And they left everything out there. You talk about the conditions and altitude and the rain, the delay. England were there in the big moments. And they delivered.
Yes,
Jude Bellingham and Harry Kane came to the rescue.
Two for Bellingham in the first half. Quinones got a goal. Two brilliant saves from Pickford from Jimenez. Quansah sent off on 54. Kane with a penalty on 60.
Can we get this to 40 likes, guys? I'd appreciate it.
England were bombarded. England held on. Mexico out. England through. They play Norway next in Miami. What a game. Absolutely astonishing. I've never seen anything like it.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
My name is Lena Masitsis, and I'm a podcast producer. A year and a half ago, I began working on a podcast with George St. Geegland and Gil Faison. The whole thing fell apart about halfway through when they had a falling out and abandoned the project. Also, they never paid me for any of the work I did and said it was, quote, my fault for trusting them, just like their dumb daughters. But then, a few days ago, I received a Xerox copy of a fax asking me to read the following statement. Oh, hello.
Shout out to
It's
John
George
for
and
your
Gil,
$30 super
your favorite
chat.
guys in the
Appreciate you,
world,
buddy.
and also New York, which is an awesome city, but not as good as it used to be because of Mayor de Blasio and the Knicks, who stink. We are in mandatory self-quarantine right now, but we think that what the world needs is a podcast from us, George and Gil, the bad boys of broadcast. It's time we finish and air this podcast. The very fact that we have content banked means we are miles ahead of the competition. Even a half-finished podcast that almost ruined our friendship is more than you dunces have out there in Nobodyville. We're gonna win the quarantine. And one last thing, you're welcome. End of statement. This is Oh Hello, the podcast.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one.
Time now as we look back at today's match with our post-match show as we continue our coverage of the FIFA World Cup 2026 on iHeartRadio.
Oh my goodness. We might have just witnessed, heard, however you're consuming this match, the best World Cup match at this tournament so far. England win 3-2 versus Mexico in Mexico City. Exercise at least somewhat of their demons from
Thank you,
1986.
Stephanie, for your
And Mexico
$30
lose
super
for the
chat.
first
Appreciate
time, not only at this World Cup, but at any World Cup in this stadium. Just a crazy, crazy game. We had red cards, we had penalties, we had defending for just long stretches with just everyone in your own box. I mean, it had it all. Drama, good refereeing. Finally, the refereeing is not the story in these kind of matches. It had it all. Let's get our post-game recap brought to you by the Home Depot. Upgrade your FIFA World Cup 2026 setup. Build it like Beckham from living room to lawn with the Home Depot and take the fast, free delivery assist. The Home Depot, official FIFA World Cup 2026 supporter, subject to availability. Anderson Hurst, former U.S. men's national team member Brad Evans with you. Just tell me what you're thinking right now. What a game.
It felt like I was playing FIFA with a really good friend, and the time just flew by.
Yeah.
It had everything. Goals, a lot of trash talking.
Yeah.
We were in a hostile place. Red cards, whatever it was, it literally had everything.
Steve,
And
a
that was the game of
$10
the
super
tournament
bar.
by
Appreciate
far.
you, buddy.
Just the setting, everything that was surrounding
Thank you, guys.
this game,
Super chats
exercised
go
the
to help the
demons
channel
for
out,
England.
getting
It took
better
so long,
equipment.
and those fans to travel, we're seeing scenes of it right now, how much it means to them. And then to see Jude Bellingham just step up and play like a captain, even though he hasn't worn the armband. He was unbelievable tonight. Just a fantastic performance from them. And Mexico on the other side playing up a man from the 54th minute and not able to really break this England team down. Those are the victories that you need in this tournament for England to be able to win.
Yeah.
And they haven't had that in years past in an England squad. I haven't seen one like this.
Yeah.
Where yes, there's a couple superstars, but the rest are just workhorses.
They're
absolute workhorses, and names that you might not know at home, but they have come in and completely flipped the script for England to travel down to Mexico City. Everything they dealt with, adversity, it really says a lot about this England squad. And for Mexico to leave everything that they did on the field, they just couldn't find a way to break down England. And yes, they did get the penalty in the 70th minute, and you thought for sure the waves would keep coming, and they did, but just not in a super effective way. So for Mexico, the fans are going to go home unhappy, but for England, they get a chance to play Norway back in the United States, and that'll be another great setting for them. But yeah, man, that game had everything. We said it at halftime. Even that 45 minutes was the best 45 minutes I had seen.
Second half might have been even better.
Even better.
Seriously.
For sure.
I mean, there's just, again, this match had everything. I mean, you mentioned England's character. There was a lot of question marks surrounding the squad choices that Thomas Tuchel, leaving people like Cole Palmer, Trent Alexander-Arnold, and more big players home for this tournament. And I think he would have this kind of match in mind, where you would need, like you said, workhorses to come on, players like Anthony Gordon, Elliot Anderson, who for the first 60 or 70 minutes before he got substituted out, you could tell like there was a plan in place. Hey, we have our guys that do the goods, whether it's Harry Kane, Jude Bellingham, Bukayo Saka, and then everyone else is just do your job, right? Put your head down, go to work, and just what a gutsy performance from England. And I thought they would be
Ryan with the $20 super burger. Appreciate you,
try and
buddy.
pack it in, but they sub on 6 defenders and just say, you know what, we're going to defend our box. We're not even going to try to attack. And for the last 20 or so minutes, that's exactly what happened.
Yeah, but for Declan Rice and Jude Bellingham and Gordon to sit in a block of 3. You said they had 6 in the back, and that's not a lie. They played with 6 in the back, and then 3 in front of them, and then 1 basically that would interchange.
Yeah.
And it was incredible to see. And for England, it often doesn't work when you just sit back and defend. But when you bring on a 6'7" defender, Dan Burn, it's going to be really, really difficult to win those balls. But the 3 strikers that Mexico did have on in Martinez, Jimenez when he got brought on, and also the other Jimenez. I mean, they're 6'1", 6'2", and 6'3". So it's not like it was a small team to be servicing the ball in. It's an England defense that is used to it every single week in England, in the Premier League, and they deal with it all the time. So for them, they played exactly to the game plan. They limited Alvarado's service on that right flank on his left foot, kept him on the right side, and you could see him just starving to try and get back to his left foot to swing in a couple balls couple half chances for Mexico still at the end, nothing clear cut. But Jordan Pickford, I mean, we said a lot about him before the game that he's due for a howler, but you know, he was good tonight. Came out for the ball, was strong, he was clear, he was concise. He didn't catch many balls, but he did punch it, and you know, he gave his defense some reprieve. So for the England squad, they'll be super happy about it. They'll be saying, get us out of here as quick as possible.
Yeah.
Let's just go, no shower, straight to the plane.
Yeah, and we can compare this game to maybe other bigger European / South American powerhouses that have, I don't want to say struggled to move on, but been closer than it needed to be. Instead of like comparing it to the France versus
Guys,
Paraguay
make sure you
match, the
subscribe.
Argentina
I got
versus Cape Verde
Portugal
match where
and
I would
Spain
come out of that question,
tomorrow,
come out of that game with more questions
1
about
o'clock
the team moving
Eastern,
on than
10
answers.
a.m.
I feel the
Pacific.
exact opposite about this
Portugal
England team
and
after this game.
Spain.
I feel like they proved to me something that I didn't think that they had today.
Yeah, I think so too. And if you asked anyone, any English fan too, I think they were looking for this team, something to cheer on instead of just winning and relying on Harry Kane. Yes, he was great tonight, but it wasn't just the Harry Kane show tonight. They need someone else to step up, and they did. And Jude Bellingham, Kane obviously gets the PK, but this should give England fans a definite boost of confidence going into the next few rounds. Totally. Especially against a Norway team that is good, but I think is beatable for England.
Yeah, absolutely. They showed that they can kind of play any type of match tonight. So, all right, England win 3-2 over Mexico. Let's come back. Let's kind of wrap things up
Tommy,
here in a
appreciate you.
fantastic day of
$50
action.
super chat.
The
Thank you,
World Cup. We
Tommy.
have another fantastic day tomorrow. We'll kind of preview that as well. All coming up next on the post-game show. You're listening to the 2026 FIFA World Cup on iHeartRadio.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
If you had trouble getting pregnant in the 70s and 80s, there was one Indianapolis doctor you wanted to see, Dr. Donald Klein.
Donald Klein, C-L-I-N-E.
He was considered the best of the best.
Couples eagerly sought Klein out. His system was easy. He'd take a look at your husband.
Brown hair, brown eyes, and about 6 foot tall. And he would find a sperm donor to match. The donor would get some cash, and the patient would get a baby.
But that didn't happen.
No.
What did he do instead?
Sick is a podcast about what goes wrong in the places meant to keep us healthy.
Each season, we investigate a new story. This season, how one doctor betrayed his patient's trust and the generations of lives he affected.
This is a highly unusual case. If he didn't know that what he was doing was wrong, he wouldn't have hid it.
And we take a hard look at the industry that patients have been relying on for decades to get pregnant.
You know, you'd have a new flow of residents come in, and those doctors would come up to you and say, hey, Bob, would you be interested in being a sperm donor?
Mistakes have to kind of be made before we determine, hey, wait a minute, is this ethical or not?
That's this season on Sick.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one.
Welcome back to iHeartRadio's coverage of the 2026 FIFA World Cup. Anderson Hurst, Brad Evans with you. England win 3-2 over Mexico in what was absolutely the game of the tournament so far, and we're only in the round of 16, man. I can't wait for this to continue. But earlier today, they will face Norway, and after Norway beats Brazil, Brad, what are your kind of thoughts on that game as we wrap up another fantastic day of World Cup action?
Yeah, I mean, Norway showed up in this tournament, and they came in as underdogs. Everything they've said in the press is exactly how an underdog would speak. We're not going to win. We're just here to have fun. I'm so happy to be here and experience America. But they've shown that they can play with anyone in the world, and they went up against a Brazil side not as strong as the Brazil sides of old, and they've now made a claim that they deserve to be here. And I think this is their first appearance I don't know how long, or maybe ever for Norway. I'm not sure in a World Cup, but Holland has them rolling. Without them, they're still a good side, but Holland makes them a very, very dangerous side. And this is going to be a great matchup. A lot of these players are going to be really familiar with each other. It's not like tonight where you had a Mexican side where none of these players play against each other or really have any experience in the style of play. You're going to go up against a Norwegian side that a lot of players in the Premier League and playing in top leagues in Europe. So a more familiar side with each other. It'll be a great matchup to watch. Holland against. It's always great to watch a foreigner playing against a country that they play in.
Right.
That
So
makes
they know
sense.
everyone from
They
the
know
other team.
everyone from the other team. They know what they're going to get, and that's a little bit of a competitive advantage when it comes to being some unknowns for England that will be on the other side for Norway. That's going to be an exciting match.
Totally. How about tomorrow? I mean, let's first talk about Portugal, Spain, and what should be another great match here in the round of 16. What are your expectations for that one in the Iberian rivalry of this World Cup?
I mean, all these games I'm excited for.
Yeah,
But
right.
that one I'm excited for the midfield battle. Those two midfields are. It's going to be won or lost in that midfield. And so for Spain, it's going to be a possession-based game. Portugal's going to have to show that little bit of flair in the midfield, and that's a toss-up for me, to be honest, because I've now seen a Ronaldo that is celebrating with his team, which I didn't see in the past in the earlier games of the tournament, in the games leading up to this. And so for that, I think maybe he's flipped a switch a little bit and said, okay, I understand my role. I'm not the guy anymore that's potentially going to lead this team. Now, he may score a hat trick. That's the one thing about Ronaldo. But at the end of the day, it's going to be the midfield for Portugal that is going to win the game for them. And Spain, on the flip side, it's Lamine Yamal. I mean, if he's on, no one can stop him in the world. It doesn't matter how good you are. If there's 2 or 3 defenders there, it just doesn't matter for Spain. So, and then the winner of that one is going to play the winner of the United States-Belgium, which is...
Preview that one, because it's a huge day for U.S. soccer.
Yeah, it's a huge day, and these are the ones that we all get hyped up for. Obviously, here being in Seattle, we get to experience this one firsthand. I'll be at the game, my first World Cup game ever, so I'm going to start early tomorrow. That's why I'm not doing the Spain-Portugal game, because I'll be slurring my words on the radio if I was. I'm hyped up for this one, and, you know, selfishly missing out on a World Cup, I thought that would be my chance, but now it's great to experience all this as a fan.
Yeah.
It's a totally different perspective. You get to really enjoy the moment and just root on your country. And for the U.S., it's a different team than in years past. And even in the friendlies, now this is a team that's motivated.
Yes.
They're playing for each other. They're using this moment, all the hype. They've used it in the best way possible. And going up against a great Belgian side, that will be a really, really difficult game. For sure, their toughest test in this tournament. A side that should play. They should play and be open, and I just hope that the U.S. uses the counterattack and Dest. I mean, I haven't seen a more technically gifted player than Serginho Dest on the ball, really, in this tournament. There's been some fantastic players, but Dest has shown that he's as technical as some of the best in the world. Now, can he add goals and assists to that? He's got to take the next step forward. You saw tonight, you cannot just rely on Harry Kane. It's going to have to be someone else on the pitch, and for the U.S., same thing. Can Pulisic step up? But also a few other players are going to have to dip their toe into the goal-scoring pot if this team is going to advance.
Huge day tomorrow. Of course, Portugal, Spain earlier in the day, and then the pregame, the build-up, everything for the U.S.-Belgium game in Seattle in the round of 16 for the right to go to the quarterfinal for the U.S. for the first time since 2002. We'll have that pregame for you at 4:30 p.m. Pacific time, 7:30 p.m. Eastern time, in what should be, like I said, a fantastic day of another fantastic day of World Cup action, and that will be our next broadcast, and that will do it for here from our Seattle studios. A huge thank you to our technical director and producer extraordinaire Travis Boger for keeping us on the rails here in our Seattle studios. For Brad Evans, I'm Anderson Hirsch saying good night, and thank you for listening. The final score in Mexico City was England 3 and Mexico 2. You have been listening to the 2026 FIFA World Cup on iHeartRadio.
What I know about...
When you donate plasma at CSL Plasma, amazing